Hello. Hello.
Hello.
um. So we're going to be doing. Hold on. Let me check my volume. Oh yeah, the volume on my headphones was low. I was like, why is it so quiet? Okay, say something, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Something.
I like how when Dad joined the voice, it had the. I don't know if you guys have the overlay on. I do. I used to have it off, but I have it on now. Uh, Essentially, the overlay is where it shows you little icons of who's talking. And
Oh.
it yeah, so like it has all three of our icons, and it lights up when someone's like mic is being heard. Um, I used to have this like back when I got on this PC, and then I turned it off because the overlay kept getting detected by ESO, and it kept getting put in every single screenshot I took, and so I took it off. But now with the new Discord update, I'm actually gonna give Discord some props. It doesn't get detected by other games, it seems. So now, if I take screenshots, it doesn't have the overlay. So I have this little overlay, and when Dad joined the call, it said, "Overton Bear has joined the call," and it has a little hand waving, like "Hi." Okay, so it's still pursuit time for me. Um, so I'm going to let's see. I'm going to use you guys. We're going to go to you know what? Oh, I know exactly what we're going to do. I haven't been here in a while, but you probably have. Does anyone have a? Oh man, I don't have any way shrines in Rivenspire on this character. Um, Man, I haven't been in Rivenspire at all on this character. Can someone way shrine close to? Oh, I'm not in a group. Yeah, you guys gotta group me.
Hang on, I gotta go dump my inventory. Let's see. Who's the leader? Oh, Mom must have changed characters because I'm all by myself.
It wouldn't let me group. It said you're busy.
I'm inviting you
Yeah, try it again.
Why are you inviting people? I
because
invited you.
I thought I was leader.
No, you weren't.
Well, it said I was able. I'm inviting people.
You are.
That's because you're on a character and you weren't in any group at all.
Ah.
Either way, it wouldn't let me group. I got a Discord message. It lets me group with Dad.
Yes, you're both now grouped.
I remember when I couldn't
Headed
send any group invites at
back
all.
to, yep. There were a lot of things you couldn't do for some
Yeah,
reason.
I was stuck for probably like a year, 2 years, without being able to like invite people to group. And so every new person, I'd be like, "Hey, I can't invite you. I have a bug that it just doesn't let me.
And
I'm
they just
unable.
thought you were being mean.
Stubborn or something."
Yeah, you're just making stuff up. Yeah, I'd like to invite you, but I can't. Wink, wink.
Yeah. Sorry, I have a rare disability that prevents me from
I,
inviting people to groups. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna need a lead really quick, and I'm gonna need to show where I want someone to port.
okay, I'm dumping inventory here, so.
I wondered if I made the right choice when I accepted the invitation.
The sky was crazy uh,
Yeah.
for a lot of today. I mean, like pretty much 6 p.m. to now. Like when I'm driving home, right? So it's completely dark, and it just looks like the sky is just black, and then you just have this lightning. So suddenly it's just what looks like a dark void. It's like you just see the clouds with a bolt, and
Yeah.
it's
We
very
were out
red.
too. We saw it.
Yeah, it was very pretty.
Mhm. Yeah, I told Dad I'd like to go park somewhere and eat your food and watch the lightning.
Yeah. Wait, no. Do not touch my food.
Well, you notice you probably you don't have a large fry. It's more equal to like a.
I think it's a medium. Yeah, the medium's
Yeah,
free.
you got a free medium. Yep.
Yeah.
So you want Rivenspire?
Yeah, I want Rivenspire.
Oh wait, you're not leader. Hang on.
No. Pack
You're on a
merchant.
different character too, so.
I want to do more damage. Okay. Rivenspire, and
Uh-huh.
somewhere I would probably guess this way. Shrine would be the best one.
I'm on my way. I am there.
Okay.
Hoarfrost Downs.
Can't believe I haven't been to Rivenspire on this character. I've had this character many years. Oh yeah, this is more of a. I guess this is a medium.
Give me the memes.
What?
There's a character's name is Give Me the Memes.
Put the memes in the bag.
And nobody gets hurt.
I was messing with VR Chat Worlds last night because I try to like feel around and see what what worlds I can suggest later on. And I went to one world that as soon as I read the description, I was like, "Nah, we're not doing this," but I'm gonna do it by myself to see how long I last. And it called itself the normal elevator, and I was like, well, I like elevators, and it had like. It was, a bunch of memes, and I'm like, you wouldn't probably get these, and some of these are pretty old, and it's just basically a very wonky world. But essentially, yeah, I was in an elevator, and hanging out, listening to meme-related music, and then, like, suddenly it jump scares me, and... I fell over, almost fell over. I had my bed there, but they jump scared me. I was not ready for that. I wonder if I have a recording somewhere, because Steam records stuff. Just see me, like, because I was looking in the mirror, and then, like, I got jump scared, and I can see myself, like, almost fall over. I'm too old for this. I don't know if you guys have been here recently. I haven't been here in a while, actually. But I want to kill bosses here for my pursuit. This is going to be 10 public dungeon bosses in Rivenspire.
Scourge thump those toothless runts.
Last night, I did, I went to Nisus on one of my other characters and did that quest. And I don't think I've done it since, like, 2019 when we all did it together. And I was like, I still remember this quest really well. Okay, we're gonna wait here for this boss.
Oh, I did this, and you know what? You know what I found?
What?
I would do this guy, then I would run over here, I would pay attention to what was going on down there.
Yeah, there's a guy down there, a boss.
There's a boss down there, and I would get that boss.
So you like
Murd-
loop
Murd would
around.
have to
I'd loop around.
Nice.
When people started following what I was doing. Or maybe other people knew it too. I don't know. Of course, it helped with there were other people that were working it and going down there and bringing it up.
Other people are working it.
Working it.
I also need to. I need to put my straw in my drink.
Yeah, this right here.
Are you sure that's the boss?
No, that might not be it. I think he was actually on the ground.
Yeah.
This is not the boss.
The boss is over here, and down right below my feet.
Mhm.
There are
Yeah.
Bach axe hands.
And usually there would be people bringing him out and fighting him, and then I would just take a couple shots. And
To be fair, I waited a while, and there's probably not many. There's not many people here because they already did it. Well, one of these is gonna spawn soon.
If this guy spawns and you shoot him from up here, he runs around and comes up the stairs.
Well, yeah. He probably doesn't like that very much.
Oh yeah, I've listened to this a lot.
You mean the growling or mom playing?
No, the growling.
Oh.
Oh, there's a chest down here.
I played a little bit more of Oblivion before it cut out on me.
Why did it cut out on you?
You know, it does that.
I thought you rectified all that.
Yeah. It runs better than it used to, but like if I wasn't like really, really, really interested in it, I probably would have given up by now.
That's frustrating. There's no reason why you can't play that damn game.
Nope. Especially since it almost feels like a memory leak, but I don't think it is. Hold on, I'll be back. Yep. But yeah, like, I mean, how much have you played recently?
Mm-mm.
How far did you get in like the main quest?
The last time I showed you,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, now we got people
Well-
up above here.
I don't know what your status was last time you showed me. Like, I remember walking around.
Who's shooting it? Oh, I got bad guys.
You know,
I had to talk to the Argonian, and it seemed like it was kind of.
oh yeah.
He didn't seem to know what I was talking about. I sort of haven't gone back to see if that's fixed.
Right. Well, that does mean that you got to Cloud Ruler Temple then, right? Down here.
Shooting at
See, you
Need
got
help?
to. No, I'm fine. You got to the Blades place. You took Martin there.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a fancy place. I really
Okay,
like
here
how
he
it
is.
looks in the remaster. And that town that it's outside, I spent a while there. Took me a while to find their inn. I'm like, doesn't this place have a place to sleep? But yeah, that's Bruma, and then right over the mountains is Skyrim. So that's like the closest Cyrodiilic city to Skyrim.
Oh, you guys leaving?
Yeah, we could look around. Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes it runs really, really, really smooth, but it's like, it's definitely once it's rendered everything. It's something, I mean, even though it's on my SSD, it just doesn't seem to want to render quickly. Hey, I got a skill point.
Yeah, so did I.
I just...
Achievement unlocked, the Obsidian Scar group event.
Oh, hey, and that's also an endeavor. Would you look at that? I'm so unintentionally smart. Alright, let's keep going. Okay, we'll wait for this boss to respawn. But yeah, so like if I'm playing Oblivion and I'm like in a, if I'm like in an Ayleid ruin or a cave, it'll treat me way better because it's like doesn't have much to think about. But if I'm in the open world, I mean like the mouse can be like molasses. I'm playing on low too. It looks great, though. I mean, like, even on low.
Yeah, the echoes of whatever monster that is pretty weird. Echoes through the dungeon.
Rawr.
I guess if you recast it, it takes over.
Boom.
Yep, it goes up and over, huh?
Is this your first time using these?
I just, let's see, what do? You scribe them?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure this is a undaunted ability.
Oh, maybe it was it was an ability, I guess. I used my skill points to unlock.
On Clouds, I used the healing version of that. But now that I see you doing it, I'm beginning to realize that the synergy has a cooldown period. I couldn't do it just then, but like if you casted it again, now I can. So I need to like use that a lot less than I usually do. I'm just wasting my magicka.
Well, when I do it, it does stuff, and then you can activate it and do more stuff.
Right, that's the synergy.
Nice thing about it, yeah.
But the synergy, I noticed, did not happen every other time that you casted the skill. So I'm assuming the synergy has a cooldown to keep it from getting, like, too overpowered.
Yeah, I don't see a cooldown. Projected globe of annihilation that slowly floats forward for 10 seconds, dealing 974 magic damage every second to nearby enemies. An ally near the globe can activate the combustion synergy, causing the orb to explode for 7,076 magic damage to nearby enemies, and restore 3,960 magicka or stamina to the ally, whichever maximum is higher.
Right. But I know it doesn't say there's a cooldown. But
it lasts for 10 seconds.
I'm just saying what I see.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we got company.
Oh, hi, Matt. Okay, I'm gonna use it here. But like, if you casted it again just now, I probably wouldn't be able to synergize. Yeah, no synergy. So it might have like a 10-second cooldown or something.
Or it might be that once you do it, then the next time Mom is. I don't know.
I'm gonna assume it's a cooldown. Because then the game's probably just preventing it from being too powerful. Then you could just spam it, and then I would synergize every time. But yeah, I don't know. Knowing that actually might save me a lot of magicka on Clouds. Okay, there's no boss down there. There's a boss spawn over here, but it's not up. Oh, there they are.
Well, now.
So where are you at in your pursuits?
Well, I haven't really made much progress because I was just planning on mostly committing the weekend and doing this. I'm like halfway there. But again, like I could probably accomplish all the ones I needed to in one sitting. Nice. Do you guys see that little sweet roll that I summoned on the ground, by the way? It'll look like a little green circle on the ground, like look for a green circle when a couple times when I do
Yeah,
this.
I saw it this last time.
Right there. Do you see that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But it
that
goes away fast.
yeah, because if you walk over it, it does go away quickly. But if you walk over it like you
Just-
did, you
Oh.
eat it, and if you
Oh.
if you eat it, I'm using a set that dropped in 21 called Grizzly Gourmet, and it's like a Shaygorath themed set. So when you eat the sweet roll, it'll give, I think, either one of us a random buff. It randomizes what good it'll do. So it might give you it might give you more strength or something. Maybe it'll boost your ultimate. It's all random, and I like using it. I think it's fun. Cause I'm going for like a Shaygorath vibe with the character. Oh shoot! Did that one count? I don't know if that one counted for me. I'm at 5 out of 10.
Yep.
They're all scamps.
They're going to be putting out a lot of sets this year, which I found interesting that they decided to do that. Because it sounds like they said that there's going to be like 3 sets per half of the island, instead of just giving us 3 sets for the whole thing.
What is hitting? Oh, you little punks.
I guess it makes sense though. Sky Shard.
A lot of guys just hanging around in there.
Nice place. My chat distracted me.
Oh, here's the laundry room. The rotating clothesline.
Oh. That's not laundry.
Yeah, I know. But they were hung out to dry, so.
They were wearing the clothes a long time ago. Okay, let's wait for this one.
Oh, another chest.
Hmm. Yep. I know there's a boss around the corner to the left. Wait, actually, hold on. Let's get her first. Over here. This guy is also, I think, new and needs our help. Nice.
Uh-oh. So.
I forgot what my
Ready?
other sets were.
Wanna do this one? I guess he's going in.
I guess I was wrong about there being a boss here.
I'm in a room with them.
You're in a room with a what? Hi.
I didn't want to break up their car.
That was fun. I like doing that. I like doing the spinny thing. It took him like 10 seconds to hit me. This guy is slow. I think he just got out of bed. Huh. Okay, 7 out of 10. Ugh. Let me mark his junk. New content drops in half a month. We got like 15 days. Spin, spin, spin.
I hear a chest again. Okay, hang on. I gotta find this chest. Oh, I already got that one. So does somebody else want that chest? I'll take it again. I'm not proud.
There's not an endeavor for it. You can take it.
I don't know where it is.
It's right here.
Oh,
It's advanced for me.
Oh, yeah.
So.
oh there.
I couldn't even see that. Okay, I need 3 more. We're probably gonna go back into the main room. Get those 2. Okay, we're gonna go this way. This guy, is he a boss? Thrug? I guess so. I don't remember Thrug. I guess we got Thrug on the way. That was scary. Are you gonna go this way?
I don't have this.
The Deceiver! That was quick. That is why I don't really think of public dungeons. I don't get them confused with group dungeons. They're very, very different. But at least they're harder than delves. They're more fun. Okay, we're gonna go up. No. Okay, I'm gonna wait. We're gonna wait for this boss to respawn. He's my last one. Nom.
Yeah, not a sound you want to hear if you're alone in the dark.
This is a monster that stubbed its toe.
I mean, what is it that's making that noise?
I actually don't know.
I don't think I want to know. So when did you find out about the schedule? Right when you got there?
Right when I pulled in at home.
Oh,
Yeah.
odd. Because he would have known that earlier.
He texted me like, forgot to tell you.
Oh.
Forgot to tell you.
Oh, by the way, your life has totally changed.
I'm thinking,
Happy Friday.
well, it's better than telling me on Monday. Will they? I wonder if they're gonna stop trying at all.
I don't know. I would think so.
I mean, like we don't have a dedicated Friday person, and no doubt my relief doesn't want to do this shift. I think she was very happy with what we had going on. If anyone's going to advocate for finding someone else, it's going to be her. Like you said, she might threaten to leave.
She might.
Ah!
Okay, here he is.
Did you get your...
Yep.
Hello.
I wish you could do this little pin thing with endeavors. But... feel bad ignoring the quest giver.
Oops.
Oh, I'm following the wrong person.
Worry.
Ah, I followed
Oh, I found
you.
another chest.
I thought you were my
Okay,
mom.
good.
You're not my mom.
No, I was following him, and he
Oh.
didn't know where he's going.
Yeah, he'll just
Here we
lead you
are.
to the nearest chest. That's all. That's all he's got.
Yeah.
Let me mark.
Oh. Did you leave the dungeon?
Yeah, we're out. Or at least
Okay.
I'm out.
Yeah, well, Mom was with me at the chest, and then I looked and I didn't see
Oh
the
yeah,
marker
so
they
it was a
spoke about.
chest.
I saw the...
Ah,
I
figures.
saw the crown on the door. I
Figures.
told you I saw a chest. I said,
Look,
it was a chest I did not have.
Pay
So
attention to who has the crown.
that is like that's gonna be your undoing. It's like that's
I
like
don't know.
that's like every Indiana Jones villain ever. Okay, we're gonna go back to the Way Shrine. Ow. There's something pretty about the desolateness. It's not Glenumbra, that's for sure. We're gonna be going to Daven's Watch in Stone Falls.
Oh.
Alright. Well, why are these people fighting?
Because that's one of the dailies is the duel.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to do that.
Mom and I already did it.
Well, one of you is gonna have to help me.
Don't pick me, pick Dad.
Eh. I don't like dueling.
Now what are we doing?
Now, I'm gonna have us go to, Crowswood. Did you guys do Crowswood?
I don't know.
I don't know. Is that a delve dungeon?
Public dungeon. It's very, not like Stone Falls. The entrance is located here, but it does not take place here.
Bumad, a word.
Okay, so we want to head towards the inn. I think, like, I don't know if this was... I doubt it was my first public dungeon, but I remember encountering Crowswood on accident and being, like, shocked. I was like, what's happening? Where am I going? Alright.
Oh yeah.
So did you guys do this?
Moment. Trying to concentrate.
I've done it before. I don't know if we did it.
I haven't been here in a while.
I don't think we did this.
This is where those weird, like, rifts would open in the sky and I would
I
watch
have
them.
been here though because I do have markers. We're moving.
It's a little more random
I
of an
have
area, so I'm... You're like a companion that follows me. You're like a companion where I would lose rapport if I grab something the companion doesn't have. Like, And then, like, I go and loot, like, an ore or something, and the companion goes, I have that. Don't worry, I have that. I've got that already. You can have it. You know? And then if you take it and he doesn't have it, he's I didn't have that! That was mine! I was heading for it!
That sounds like what I do.
Oh yes, I was in here and I did this bear.
Okay, so...
I stood here for probably an hour and did this bear.
You just...
Over
you
and over.
didn't... Oh, because you probably didn't want to bother looking for other
I was not
bosses.
gonna wander through. No, once I found one,
Yeah.
it's like okay, I'm
That's
just
it.
gonna stay here
Mm.
and farm him. Okay,
Okay,
I need
well,
to solve this.
I know of a couple other bosses here. I mean, like, I know of all the bosses.
I need to solve. I need to solve.
Just trying to remember where they are. It's been a while. I know there's one down here. There's like a Wisp Mother over here. There's a Flame Atro here and group events here somewhere. Oh, that doesn't
And we
sound
have
good.
guests.
Ah! You didn't do the zombie thing long enough, Mom, but remember the zombie thing that we were doing in VR?
Yeah.
There's a point where, like, eventually the waves start sending, like, these... I don't... They don't even really look like zombie dogs. They just kind of look like dogs, and they just send, like, a zillion dogs after you, and I'm like, I don't want to shoot dogs! But I had to, otherwise I was gonna die. There was, like, there's swarms and swarms of dogs. I mean, they you know, the graphics are very simplistic. It's just kind of like a shadowy silhouette of a polygon of a dog, but still though.
I love this crossbow.
Well, take it with you because we're gonna be going for the Wisp Mother. This place is way prettier than I remember. I definitely remember the shock from going from Stone Falls to this, because it's like, wait, where am I? What is this? This is very, very different. Everything's purple. Okay, so this boss I don't think is very well known. And she's down. Okay, well... Let's go get that Sky Shard. So we'll just wait for the Wisp Mother. Yeah, this place has some of the talking crows. That's definitely the first place I encountered them.
Right.
I was like, that crow's talking to me. That's weird.
So what are the falling stars?
I don't know.
Falling stars.
But
That's
this
okay.
seems to be like a fragment of Nocturnal's realm. Like an offshoot of it, or maybe even the realm itself. They call it the Evergloam. Ooh, your sword is all zappy.
Yeah.
My dagger has like a rainbow effect. We look crazy. There's also a delve in the Clockwork City that takes you here. The Evergloom just kind of randomly seems to randomly show up when you don't expect it. Oh, there she is. Starting out with an ultimate. Nice. Wait, hold on. I just got a message. Is that like a... There's like a ghost up there on that rock. Is that what I'm seeing? I don't oh. They're gone. I do not recall that at all. That's kind of haunting. Oh, look, there's another one over there.
What'd you do? Kill him?
No, 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 he vanished.
I don't
We got
see them, I
close.
guess.
Like over, you see over here, it says languishing remnant. That's not an appealing term. I don't want to be a languishing remnant. So I guess like it's like the echo of a person, like the remains. Maybe they got trapped here. Oh wait, I can talk to him.
I am trapped and forgotten, like so
Nothing here
many
for me but a
others.
fishing hole.
Weird.
I am what remains. I was lost in this wood, trapped here and chased by wolves until they caught me. I grieve for you. There is
Okay,
no
this is
escape
someone
from
that
this
got
wood.
stuck here, and she's been trapped here for like ever.
Such cruel fate. Where was he when I still lived?
Yeah, it's like her
Beware
animus
the
is
high
stuck here.
moor from which the tower rises. Ghosts who have wandered far longer than I lurk at its summit.
Yeah, it's not there for me.
Hey mom, how about you?
Yeah, I just talked to her.
Hmm.
Probably because we haven't done the quest.
There is
maybe.
no salvation
That might explain why I've
for
never
me now. Flee
met her.
this place of shadows if you can.
Yeah, she seems trapped here, and she's like, I can't leave because, you know, I probably could have when I was alive. Oh, you can fish here?
Yep.
Nice.
Want to see what I catch?
She's like, I'm trapped here forever, eternally damned, and we're like,
Oh,
oh, we can fish here?
We're gonna fish.
Sweet.
we.
She's like, what kind of fish they got here? This is a regular fish.
Yeah, this isn't foul. This is a lake. I've gotten 2 spade tails so far.
Oblivion fish.
Was that green? Awakened at long last, Crow's Wood will be mine.
Say what now? Oh, dang it, my inventory's
Somehow-
full.
Somehow that came up on my screen, but I did not hear a voice.
I think that's a boss. I had to catch and release.
I got a wet
Inventories.
gunny sack. Oh well.
What's inside?
Okay.
Well, let's see what's inside.
Yeah,
Bronze.
Spirit of Morning World is having a summer fishing out. Yeah, you know, I mean, she's just a downer. We're actually having fun. Sorry, what was inside?
Bronze.
Bronze.
Yeah.
Who's like, let's put some bronze in a bag and then drop it in the ocean.
Yeah. Or a lake.
Yep. Thank you, Leaf. I'll be seeing you, I guess. Okay, a giant bat. I don't recall. Let's see. Oh my goodness. I know there's a flame atro. Is there like a big bat or something that I can fight? Give me some bad guys. Like a boss. Something's telling me that there's one
There's
over here.
ghosts here. Oh, I see ghosts and stuff all around.
Okay, here's where the crows like to hang out. I was watching a Go Mythical More, and they had a thing about this website that people use to document when they've been attacked by a crow. And so it's just as like, you know, like Google Maps, but
There's
it
a resource
everywhere
tree
you've been
ahead I don't
attacked by a
have.
crow, you can input like, yeah, I was attacked by a crow here.
Weird.
And you can put like, you know, level 1, it wasn't that bad, they just like swooped at me. Level 2, you know, it was worse. Level 5 is like, you know, trying to take my head off.
There's a red glow in here.
Yeah.
You can't do anything with the chest.
Oh, come on. Opening the chest is what spawns the Atro. I don't understand why I can't open this chest.
It's
I guess
probably
hasn't
something that
respawned.
you get to on quest.
Or that, but I think it's something to do with the cooldown. Let's wait a bit longer, because there's not many bosses up here. So they were talking about how intelligent crows are. How they're actually pretty
They are.
smart. Something about like having the intelligence of an older than a toddler or something.
They're creepy. Smart.
There's a boss that's over here. It's the Wrath Venom.
Oh, good.
It's dead.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
this
well,
is-
we'll go back and forth between this one and that one,
I guess
and
it's a
see which
big
one
spider.
spawns first. Yeah. So, yesterday I noticed that over by the, because like I said, I got yelled at by that bird, and I found out that the bird has a couple eggs over there on the ground. So on occasion when I go by, she is just kind of waiting there and gets kind of mad at me if I get too close, which I have to. But I noticed that she also has this little plastic, lid next to her, that had water in it, and I thought either someone put that there, she put that there, maybe like it filled with rainwater or something, or maybe someone's actually put this here for her. I don't know. And then I'm driving by at around, I don't know, my third or fourth patrol. I noticed that the mechanic, the on-site mechanic, is over there, and I'm thinking, like, he's way too close to that nest. You know, he probably doesn't even see it at all. He's really close to it, and he's walking by it. So I get over there, and after he leaves, and I look at the eggs, and the eggs aren't there, and I'm like, and then I look over at the dish, and I see that I guess he had moved the eggs into the dish.
Oh, good grief.
I don't know why, but I'm assuming it might have something to do with the fact that it was about to downpour rain and he didn't want them floating around. I'm assuming the dish had holes at the bottom so that the water would go through.
That's a lot of assuming.
Yeah, well, also I'd assume, as long as we're on the chain of assuming, that touching eggs is probably a bad idea. Birds can get pretty
I think it's
possessive.
sort of a myth that they won't. That bugs them, but yeah, it's probably best that you don't.
Here's an inscribed flute. It says this flute has an inscription on its side, a gift from Maik to his son Maik.
Whoa, yeah. Yeah.
But no, the birds know what they're doing. I mean,
Well, I
that's
don't
how
I don't know
killdeers-
about that. I mean, because the bird
killdeers-
doesn't know that we back up trailers over there, and yeah, I get that natural rain's natural, so I wasn't too terribly worried about that. But he did move those eggs, unless the bird moved those eggs into the dish.
I don't think so. No. As a matter of fact, she'd probably be less apt to sit on them, having them in the dish. That's,
Yeah, I
what
know,
he's
but
thinking.
obviously I couldn't touch them, because I mean, like, that dish does not allow for warmth. Probably, luckily it's not very cold. This person says, we have a bayfront property in Maryland with what we believe is a killdeer bird built a nest and laid eggs by the rear tire of our truck. Is there a way to safely move the eggs? So he's got a picture. Now my killdeer does not have a nest. She just went for a dip in the dirt.
And if you Google that, that's typical of them. They don't usually do a nest.
Right.
They will just do it on the ground.
So let's see here. The eggs are about 3 inches from a rear tire. Yeah, so he's got pictures
I
here.
think I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, this person just says, move the truck. Move the truck. Now, I didn't see her since the eggs had moved. But I don't always see her. She moves in and out. But
Well, again, you can worry and worry and worry about it, and then in the end, the eggs aren't even viable, and it was all a waste of time. So I wouldn't worry too much.
But what I found interesting was what someone said here on this post, and I gotta find it.
Nice of the mechanic guy, though, to try to do something. That's kind of sweet.
Yeah, I just don't understand what the...
I don't know what he was doing, but
Yeah, me neither. But because at first I saw that, I was like, oh, the eggs are missing, and I was like, oh wait, no, he put them in the dish. I assumed that he probably poured out the dish because I did not see them in water. So he probably, well, I don't know. I mean, like if the dish had water in it, then it probably doesn't have holes at the bottom. But it also was not full of water after the rain that hit around 6. It can take about 3 or 4 weeks for the eggs to hatch. Oof, goodness gracious.
maybe he thinks by putting them in the dish, they're more apt to be seen and won't get ran over or something. I don't know.
This person claims that it is illegal to mess with bird nests as per the Migratory Bird Act of 1918.
I don't know about that.
U.S. federal law protects over 1,000 species of migratory birds. I guess killdeer are probably within that.
I think they're not migratory. I think they live here.
I don't really... I can't even say I've seen them. I can't say I've seen them before. Oh no, she got like...
I think they like to be by water, but I'm not sure.
Well, we are by water, technically. I mean, like, we've
So
got
the
a...
fact that you're there by that lake
Yeah.
probably has something to do.
What are we doing now?
I don't know.
I'm
I'm
just-
just tired.
Crap. I made a typo. I'm trying to get some... I mean, like, this one I feel like should spawn. I don't remember it being a quest thing. We're gonna...
I don't see any boss markers. or
Okay,
anything.
what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for this one to respawn, and then once this respawns, we'll get the one on the way out. And that'll put me
Oh,
on...
here's a light. Here's that roaming light. Oh, just disappeared.
I don't
Just the
believe
white.
you.
Yeah, it was up here.
I
at the
didn't
rock.
see it.
No, I know you didn't see it.
Yeah, I studied those kind of like I studied the dolmens. And I was like, or I was in Shorestone checking out those dolmens. We have the same non-combat pet.
Who does?
You.
Oh,
and-
you. It clashes with your outfit.
What?
Clashes.
I'm-
Purple and
I'm-
pink, and
I'm-
you're red and gold. Horrendous.
I'm going for a Sheogorath thing. I have to have a butterfly.
Oh, spiders behind you.
I just have to. Having anything else would be a disservice. Neat. I don't remember if this was this week or last week or whatever, but I did see a little coyote ran across the road, and he was going right for the lot, but he technically went behind the fence from the lot. Yes, I know you can flip. Yeah, it was fun
Yeah, there's
watching
lots
him.
of little coyotes around.
Here's one of those.
I was like, he's like a little doggy.
Yeah.
So that white beam is down. Was down the hill. there.
Okay, okay. White beam.
Oh,
I think a
don't
zone
remember
here
the-
could be pretty fun.
I haven't been hearing much about weird insects lately.
Oh, she's back.
Yeah. I mean, like the number went a little bit up. Since it got warmer, but nothing like last year. I did, man. So like, this is weird because I remember once on a Thursday night, like during my last patrol, I was moving fast, and I accidentally stepped on a spider, like a wolf spider. And like I was like, you know, I was basically kind of in the grass, and then there's a one little cement block that I step on to reach the point that I'm supposed to scan, and I stepped forward and then squish. Like, what was he? He just ran out under my foot. I remember telling you guys about this.
I
And
think
then-
you're suicidal.
So like Thursday night, I don't know, like I've been traumatized Thursday night. I'm like, hey, there's gonna be a spider. It's gonna run under my foot. Guess what happened Thursday night?
I did the same thing.
What is with these guys? Like, there was no one there. There was no one there. Just like, and just quiet, and like I'm gonna take a step forward, and they're like, I'm gonna move now. Spiders on Thursday nights.
Spiders on the
I even look. I look before I walk, and it's like, I guess it doesn't matter.
Maybe it's from the same family. Runs in the family.
We can go into the tower. Do we want to go in the tower?
I don't even know if I can. I mean, like, you've probably done the quest. Nope, I can't.
don't want no tower. I'm tired.
No, I can. Yeah, there's someone in here. Oh,
You
there,
could get lost. 'Cause we're leaving.
there's a chest in here.
Good
Well,
luck.
all right, we're going.
Bye.
You're just jealous.
This is horrifying. Yep. This is where the group event spawns, so we're gonna wait for that.
Ugh. My inventory is full of
You need a pack merchant. All these spirits are being like moved into this one area. That is very scary.
Does the bad thing happen when you go in there? Nope.
Not for you.
Oh, that is the name of that is the one that says they've been awakened, and that was what I was reading to you. I heard it a couple times. Okay.
Okay.
Well, this is where the group event spawns. I'm just gonna.
Oh.
Do I have to like do something? Maybe it's just not ready yet. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's him. Mom, move. Your health is getting low. You didn't move at all. You don't care what I have to say. I
You
can't
said my
heal.
health was getting low,
I can't
and
heal
so
you
I
like
just
this.
healed myself.
Oh, okay. Alright, that
Was
puts
that
me
your
at
last boss?
that puts me at 5 out of 10. I'm gonna call it for you guys. And by that I mean you can go. I'm probably gonna end up staying. Across the bridge is the portal.
This bridge?
Yep.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, that's bridge. Okay.
And go for the bear.
I mean, I just stood there and waited. It took about an hour, maybe a little longer.
There's so many wolves.
Strange chest. Use. That's the one that takes you over there, isn't it?
Yep.
That's what got me in trouble.
Just get pulled right back in.
So you're gonna do your stream tomorrow. You don't want it. You can't do it on Sunday.
It'll probably need to be Sunday.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, do Sunday. Wake up at. Go do like maybe 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 on Sunday,
Yeah.
and then stream at 7. So like I would go from UESP right to going to get dinner.
Alright, okay. Well, then I told Jared probably around 4.
Yeah,
Then that doesn't mean like 4:30. It'd be good if we
it's been
started
for
it.
the past few weeks,
Okay,
I
that's
think.
what he said. He said we've been doing it that way.
Yeah, and I mean like
Okay.
I'm gonna miss this show, but at least I won't have to. I mean, like watching 3 hours in one sitting. Well, more like 2.5. I don't know, like 2 hours and
Oh,
45.
yeah. I've been binging it.
Yeah, but like doing that it's a bit much. I kind of almost would have preferred if they did an episode a week. You know, it would have been easier on me, but you know, because of the fact that he orchestrates it in arcs, he wanted to kind of drop it all in 4 bursts.
Alright.
All right, bye.
I have to go and finish disassembling some people
Hoping maybe some random people can help me with these bosses. Make them go faster. Oh. Okay, I'm at 7 out of 10.
Got my daily stuff.
Oh, dang it. Forgot the duel. Ah! And you don't duel. Well, that's bull.
I don't like them.
You don't like dueling. I think you won last time we dueled. Well, where does that put me?
Where are you? Crowswood?
I'm still in Crowswood. Random person, fight me! I had to run all the way over here. Oh, it says that we can't duel here. It says that we can't duel here. I'm gonna... Let's
Can't?
see. Yeah, I guess you can't duel in a public dungeon. I will take us to my house. Where no one can see me get beaten. Then again, I am on a different character. I just realized I still haven't moved DSO. Ah. Alright. You can come to me.
Oh wow, my lag just went up to 300 something. I haven't had lag in a while.
This is probably the last place we fought anyway.
And I have to initiate it.
Oh, yeah. Is this an actual fight, or am I just gonna stand here?
I don't know. No, you do whatever you want.
Ugh. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you got me.
Oh,
I was
wow.
like, where's my self-heal?
I couldn't see through everything.
I made things too bright. You like spammed concealed weapon. What's concealed weapon?
Me?
Unless I was stabbed
That
by
means
someone
the
else.
Concealed weapon is that's my #1 weapon. Slash an enemy dealing 8,360 magic. You strike an enemy from their flank. You set them off balance. And then I also use Assassin's Blade. And the first thing I did was Consuming Trap, followed by Swallow Soul. And then I do Concealed Weapon and Assassin's Blade.
Yeah, I saw the trap
Oh.
as the first thing. I didn't find
Yeah,
myself
that-
not moving though, so I don't. What does that do?
No, it says lay claim to an enemy soul dealing 15,191 magic damage over 20 seconds.
Oh, okay.
And if they die, then I fill an empty soul gem. I get health healing and I restore magicka and stamina. And then the Swallow Soul steals an enemy's life force, dealing 7,064 magic damage and healing me for 38% of the damage inflicted every 2 seconds or 10 seconds.
Nice.
So I use those when I go out. If I've got empty soul gems, I use those to go fill them as I'll hit with the Swallow Soul and then attack something. And if they die within like 5 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever, then it fills a soul gem.
But don't you have a casual soul gem fill? I mean, like, isn't there's like a, like in Soul Magic, isn't there? Like, I don't use Soul Trap myself, but I kind of, what's the word? Unconsciously, like, fill up soul gems as I play. I don't know how I do that, but I do.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh,
There's
it's
a
a
thing to do that, but I don't.
okay.
do it.
It's a passive. That's the word, passive. It's a passive ability called Soul Lock, and you have a 5% chance. I think that probably stacks to a 10% chance of filling an empty soul gem. So that's probably how it usually happens. But if you do it your way, you probably fill up a lot more, and then you can sell them.
Well.
Sometimes I find myself just selling soul gems because I'm like, I'm not using. I'm just basically like, I'm never within like 3 stacks. I'm always got like more than 3 stacks. So I just start selling.
I haven't been in Artium in so long.
It's been a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
The stars move now. I mean, the stars have moved since, I think, around this time last year.
Oh wow, the
Or
treasure
before that.
chest over by the Way Shrine is here.
This is a good place for fishing, from what I understand. I gotta go back to Crows would... Unless... Let me see if someone in my guilds is there. I could take a shortcut. Nope. I'm just gonna walk all the way back. Ah, hold on.
Try that again, and I'll
So you
stick your
guys
head on a
checked to
pike.
see if Mom's laptop could fit more RAM, up to like 16.
It's supposed to be able to, I think. I think it says one of 2 slots. Or maybe that was yours. I think it said hers is the same way, but yeah, I haven't opened it up and I haven't Googled the manual or anything to see if it's got a layout.
I think it'd really help her if she could.
Lost in portal magic.
Well, I'm
Whichever
sure it
bent-
would, but most machines run better with more RAM.
Yep.
Anyway, okay, well, we'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Had a good time.
Same.
Good night.
Night.
Bye.
Bye. Love you. I'm gonna go for the bear first. Why all the wolves? Ah, wouldn't you know it? Now I've got the wolf gang. Back! Back! Shoot! What? Hey, no! Let me pull up my stream manager. So I've been doing some thinking today, which is exhausting. And essentially, it's because someone had brought up an interesting topic to me. We were kind of talking about Elder Scrolls cosmology, which is kind of a complicated subject, but essentially, I began the conversation with a Blue Sky pose about the Magna G, which people will say differently, you know. It's so funny that, like, already it's like, oh, that's not how I say it. Some people say it Magna G. Some people say it Magna Gay. I'm going with Magna G. That's always what I've done. And I don't think they've ever actually said it in any content, in any game. So we don't actually know. I mean, at some point they're going to, right? I totally thought they were going to do it last year, but they did not. That would have been the perfect time to do it. So already it's like that's when you're discussing like Elder Scrolls lore, sometimes you can even get into disagreements about how things are pronounced, but that wasn't this disagreement. The disagreement was kind of more along the lines of the nature of the moons, where someone had claimed that viewers from Nirn are able to witness the stars through dark spots on the moon as if they were holes. To which case I'm thinking, I would probably know that if that was a thing. I mean, like, you can even see is, you know, you can look up and see the moons. So I was like, I just asked. I was like, what's the source for that? And then he did admit to going, okay, well, he couldn't find the source, but he did find a source that did claim that the moons are not actually spherical, but instead they're more of a crescent shape, and that's why you can see the stars through the darknesses on the moon, because they're not actually round, they're just like a weird crescent shape. That was kind of like a flat earther. I mean, like, that's kind of like someone saying the earth is flat to me. I'm going, like, there's so much that I can think of probably that immediately disproves that off the top of my head. For one, we're just going to start. The moons depicted in literally any culture are always spherical, right? Dwemer Oris, Khajiit lore, Khajiit representations, always spherical. I mean, as just as one example off the top of my head that I have on my person, I have the memento, right? This one. I mean, you can even see here, spherical, right? It's because they are moons. Also, it just you can't see the stars through the darknesses on the moon. You just can't. That's just a fact. You look up, you can tell when Master, you know, is a new moon, because there's just this big void in space. You can't see the moons through that. I don't get it. So I'm like, it would be kind of interesting if they were, because there's a theory presented by, well, it's not really a theory presented by Fall Droon, but Fall Droon had written a book that I'm sure people are familiar with, called the Lunar Lorcon, which discusses a theory called, like, the Hollow Crescent theory, which I'm guessing is probably a reference to this. We don't even really know what that is. We just know the name of that theory. So it could be anything, for all we know. But it does sound like, oh, it's hollow, and, you know, there's not actually anything there. Now, so the question is, like, do the phases of the moons actually work like they work on Earth, right? Because from what we can tell, the Mundus is a Nirn-centric system. It is not a solar-centric, right? The Nirn does not go around the sun. Instead, the sun, I guess you could say the sun goes around the Mundus, or it goes around Nirn in a way. There's an interesting discussion you can have with a Bosmer in Elden Root about the movement of the stars. But essentially, the Magnus essentially goes around Nirn. And I don't quite know if Nirn rotates, but it could possibly. But because then you could do seasons with that, and they talk about seasons, so it probably rotates. But basically, it's like, is the position of Magnus very important to the phases of the moons? I don't actually know. I can't say whether or not it's true. If that's like what makes the moon phases happen, because I'm looking at the fact that there's 2 moons, and I don't know if it really feasibly works out to have like one moon waxing and the other one like new. It's like, does that really work? Can that happen? So I propose that the darkness on the moons could actually be some like representation of the void instead. Like, we might not be seeing actual darkness, and instead we're seeing like a representation of the darkness of Lorkhan, and that's why, that's why when both moons are new and Khajiit are like born under those moons, they're way more attracted towards the Dark Heart, right? I mean, you've got everything to do with Lorkhan, Namira, and the moons. So it could be that it's not actually a physical darkness and more like a magical padomaic darkness. But I would definitely lean into that before I said anything like, there's no moon there. It's just pieces of a moon. I don't think that lines up with most things I've studied. Oh, also, I don't blame them for this, but the thing they sent me that talked about the moons being a crescent shape, that was the fandom wiki. That was not a source. I don't like the fandom wiki. When I was a young Elder Scrolls fan, I basically was like, there's 2 wikis, and I didn't quite know where to get my information from with either of them. It soon became apparent that the fandom wiki was way less. It wasn't managed well. It had stuff in there that was not in the games. It was kind of a total unrefined mess. And so I found myself gravitating towards the UESP instead. Because I was like, the UESP has everything. I mean, it's got sources. You can check all these things. So I don't like going to the fandom wiki. And I've consistently disliked the fandom wiki ever since. So to see the fandom wiki basically just claiming these things randomly, I'm looking at it and I'm just like, this is awful. Like, this is no wonder people just don't understand things, because like this wiki just says stuff and people just eat it up. Hello. My god, there's so many people here. Hi. Are these like a bunch of friends? Can I be... I want friends. Can I... Sings the whispers and whistles sweet melodies. Anyway, the conversation did get me thinking. Because reading Faldrune's book... I haven't read the Lunar Lorkhan in a long time. But reading Faldrune's book made me think about a few things. Now, I don't really respect Faldrune very much. If I recall correctly, Faldrune was that guy that openly admitted... No, he proposed that the Middle Dawn never actually happened, and it was all just an Imperial dating error, which is the most insane thing I've heard, but... So, I mean, at that point, you kind of lose credibility. But he did write this book, and so it's like, oh, how much do I take? How much do I actually trust what he's saying? And he wasn't actually saying things as a fact, and that's something that I respect in this book. He's basically just kind of writing about theories. And so, in the book, he makes a reference to the fact that the Adric spirits essentially were like planes that gave their pieces to form the Mundus. And that made me reassess the entire 12 worlds understanding that you read about in these books, right? I've always wondered, like, what exactly the 12 worlds were. If we think of the 12 worlds as including the Adric gods, then... No. Hey, no. We don't want him getting too far away. Now, it seems pretty obvious, right? It's like, well, what other worlds are they talking about? But like, the 12 worlds never fully, to me, seemed like they would be Adric planets. Oh, nice. Okay, we're halfway there. Because I didn't really take into account that the 12 worlds could have been the Adric spirits prior to actually fully completing creation. So I decided to think, well, what if like we saw the Adric gods as planets from the very beginning? What if we literally think of like a planet as a living god? Now, the planets as we know them are dead gods, essentially. Like Arcade as a planet, like I referenced in my lore fact for today. Arcade is not like a god that exists the same way as he used to. You know, the entire thing about the gods and the Elder Scrolls is that they gave themselves to make creation, whether they chose to or they were forced to or whatever, but they gave themselves. So essentially, I always saw the planets as like the form they took after doing so, and like they're powered down forms, right? It's like, oh, they have now given themselves, and so therefore they are now powered down and are represented by these celestial bodies. But the Lunar Lorcon made me consider, what if they just always look like celestial bodies? What if, like, if Arcade was still a god, would you literally just be a planet? And so I started doing some thinking. I was like, okay, well, Mana Marco, when Mana Marco was a god, he was also, at the same time, a moon. So, I mean, that does track. In addition, the Magna G were represented as planets. So, that's something. So this kind of has me reassessing what a living god might look like. Obviously, it's like, okay, well, is that just our mortal perception? Or is that actually how they look? It's kind of hard to say, because we've physically been to the plane of Jode, and it's a physical place. So, I don't know. And on the same, like, you have comments from, like, a Xandar, right, where he references existing on those planes, where he's like, oh, no one probably lives on planets like Arcade or Akatosh. So it's like, it seems like these planes, these moons and planets are actually there. There are some things that say that it's the mortal perception, but it seems like they do exist in some physical way. So, on that note, is that what the gods always looked like? Were they always like that, even in, if you could say, life? I don't know. Faldrune seems to think so, but he also seems to act like the it's kind of hard to say. Like the Anuad and stuff, I believe, claims that the gods have given parts of themselves to make the Mundus, right? I mean, you've gotten like if we want to claim that the 12 worlds were these gods, then that means that these planets, Arche, Akatosh, and stuff, they should be missing pieces because they became part of the Mundus. They don't seem to be missing pieces, though. I've never seen an orrery that shows Akatosh missing a chunk or anything of the sort. And according to what Faldrune wrote, it feels like the moons should be missing chunks too. Hence the hollow moon theory, right? It doesn't seem like they do. So basically what I'm postulating is I think that pieces of the worlds might be more of a, not a literal sense. I think we might be looking at more of a essence sense, right? So instead of thinking of it literally, like, oh, it's a big chunk of the moon or a big chunk of Akatosh, just think of like the gods using their own essences, right? Maybe that's kind of the right take instead. So not physically their bodies, but more like their essence. And that would keep them intact visibly, but not obviously spiritually. And because I mean the knowledge that the Adric gods are basically like part of the universe is pretty well understood. A lot of times they are called dead gods for that reason, because they're not as active in ability. They're not as able to do things like the Daedra can. That's the difference between a Daedra and an Aedra, is that an Aedra gave themselves to create creation, and a Daedra did not. A Daedra had nothing to do with actually being part of everything. Just like the lore talk I had last week, where I talked about ancestors, how Aedra means our ancestors and Daedra means not our ancestors. Basically, if you're, our ancestors would be, the people who actually participated in making everything and also populated the Mundus, and then Daedra are those that did not want anything to do with the group project. Why didn't the Daedra want anything to do with the group project? Well, it's because they were afraid of ending up like the Aedra. They were like, look at you guys, you're using yourselves to create something instead of just using ChatGPT like we do. and so basically the Daedra were like, we're gonna take everything that you guys did, right? Your humanoid forms, your races that are making castles and war machines, and what we're gonna do is that we're gonna basically copy your ideas and kind of like make them into our own. You'll notice that a lot of Daedra have humanoid forms. You'll notice that, like I was in Crowswood, a lot of Daedric realms have things that feel very mortal, because they can't make their own stuff, really. They can only replicate things. So, that leads to Daedra doing things like stealing from the Mundus. Like with the plane meld, it's all about, oh, I want your realm to become my realm because I can't make things. I didn't want to. And then you have things like, you have Daedra that just want to meddle with mortals, right? They just want to mess around because I think they want something to do with the Mundus. They couldn't create it. They want their part in it without even doing anything. You'll have a lot of Daedra that cover these spheres, like, oh, I want all your knowledge, right? And I want to corrupt things like your soul, and I want to corrupt things like your will, your self-control. Summons many pets, great name. So Daedra is a very overarching term. There's a lot of things that could be considered Daedric. More things would be considered Daedric than Adric. I mean, Oblivion's a huge place. The largest number we have cataloged of realms and pocket realms of Oblivion, I believe, runs up to like 36,000 or something. I could be wrong. Something way up there. There's a lot of Oblivion. That's why a lot of casual Elder Scrolls fans were probably like freaking out about Athelia and going, you can't do this. There's only a certain amount of Daedra and all that stuff. And it's like, no. If you guys really knew what was out there, you don't, like, a lot of people don't even really know that Oblivion is like outer space. There's so much out there that we will never understand, you know? Having another Daedric Prince is like, yeah, that seems like that could happen. Honestly, there's probably more Daedric Princes we don't know about. I don't know. I think it sounded like a lot of people misunderstood the Daedric Princes as like being counterpoints to the Adric gods. They're like, oh, this god is the anti of this god and stuff like that. That's not really how it works. That's a little bit too reductive. But I'm not really like the biggest Mannimarco fanboy, but I was doing some research about, you know, the Necromancer's moon in kind of like because of the whole moon topic recently, and yeah, I found that little... I've heard this fact before, but I probably could not have told you this fact, because I didn't remember it. But I was like, okay, so there's like a 24-hour period where the Necromancer moon blots out Arcade, and the reason for that is because apparently Mannimarco wants to be like the only god of life and death for like 24 hours. So like, it seems without like the ability for an Adric planet to actually reflect upon Nirn, an Adric god's ability, like power, seems to be suppressed. If at least Arcade's is, because like Arcade's blot out by the Necromancer moon, and suddenly Arcade doesn't really have the power that he usually does, which is an interesting concept. Now, Mannimarco, as of Elder Scrolls Online, is not a god. He tries to become one. If you've done the main quest, he tries to become one, and this is something that he obviously does not let go of, and keeps trying to do as time goes on. If you play Elder Scrolls 2, he is one of the people that you can give the Totem of Tiber Septim to, and he uses it to ascend to godhood. So Mannimarco basically becomes a god during the Warp in the West, which is in the Third Era, which is after ESO. Mannimarco still has like a physical form, but he's essentially, you know, he's way more powerful than he is in ESO. So when Mannimarco becomes a god, he gets a moon. He gets a celestial body, which, again, seems to reinforce the fact that these living gods seem to have their own celestial forms. So it could be that a celestial body accompanies a divine being, so I guess you can't necessarily see Akatosh the plane as Akatosh the person, because maybe it's like something that just accompanies Akatosh the person, or maybe Akatosh would have like an avatar that could materialize on Nirn, and then upon solidification of time, when the Merithic era began, that form that could manifest is not able to manifest anymore, and all that's left is the planet. So, like, if Mannimarco, for some reason, got dissed that way, maybe he would end up kind of like an Adric god. I don't quite remember what happens in Oblivion. I know you fight him. I don't know if that event happens. I love all these Argonians. Summons many pets. Dizzy when rolls. Whistles sweet melodies. The Elder Scrolls cosmology is a very complicated subject because you're not shown a map, right? You're just kind of, you have to envision it, kind of, and I've seen different maps made by people. Yep. I saw a map a long time ago made by a guy, and I don't think he was fully claiming it was like, this is the way that it is, but it was like his artist representation, and I think I liked it a lot. I have to re-see it again, because it could be kind of, it was a long time ago, and I know more now, so maybe I wouldn't like it as much. But I liked it at the time. He did do like a Shivering Isles one and an Artaeum one, and I thought those were kind of like, he kind of put Artaeum like on a floating island in space or something. I'm like, we don't know where it is. That's kind of, I mean, it's a guess. He wasn't, I don't think they were saying they knew exactly where it was. But like the nerd in me is like, that's kind of a stretch. If you were to ask me where I think Artaeum is, I think I would say, I believe, and I heard this theory once, and I thought that I thought the reasoning was kind of but someone said that the sun in Artaeum kind of looks like a sun when it like becomes a sun. He said, hey, this looks like a sun when it's born. And I was like, okay, well, the sun, Magnus, isn't like your normal sun. It's not gonna look like it does in real life. Magnus is not like a big ball of fire. It's magic. It's different. But then over time, I was thinking, well, what if that's not completely wrong? What if, and I thought, what if Artaeum isn't anywhere else, it's just anywhen else? Like, what if Artaeum is literally the furthest back you could possibly go? It's like literally frozen in time in the very, very, very first second of creation, right? As soon as the Merithic era begins, you have Artaeum right there. And that's kind of an interesting idea, and that's probably like artistically, maybe that's why Magnus looks like it does, because that would be like Magnus literally abandoning Nirn and making the hole in the sky, and that's why it looks like a sun being born, is you're just seeing everything, just like you're like pausing the movie at the very, very beginning. And that's Artaeum. And that would kind of work with the Psijic Order, who wants to not only get away from everything, but also they really like their time shit. They really like their time magic a lot. I think it'd be awesome hiding away in the first second of everything. Because time wasn't always a thing, you know, in the Elder Scrolls. During, like, when everything was being created, there's not really a to B narrative. Because it was during a time when there was no time. I mean, you could literally call it the time before time. Because the Dawn era was basically just absolute chaos. It was like a zillion different narratives in a zillion different orders. And when everything kind of finally came to a head and creation was solidified, that's when the Merithic era began, and suddenly there was time. There was linear time. So everything kind of had an A to B, right? Now, the solidification of time can be attributed to things like Y'ffre and Akatosh, right? It's said that Y'ffre is the interpreter of like day and night, And I think that makes a lot of sense. So I don't really know who to attribute linear time to, be it Akatosh or Ifray, but I think maybe a bit of both. Because Ifray is not just plants and animals, Ifray is also like the stability of things. So basically, like, once Ifray / Akatosh makes everything linear, this guy's screwed because the suppression field doesn't stop my stabbing, it's a stamina move. Once, like, Akatosh and Ifray solidify time and the Merithic era begins, the Psijics are just kind of like, alright, we can put Artaeum right here. Yeah, I'm full. Alternatively, you could say it's the end of everything, but I don't really know. The sky is very weird. I will give you that. The sky is really weird. I mean, I look up at the sky and I count the stars, and I'm like, there doesn't seem to be any specific amount that I recognize as meaning anything. It could just be that you're looking at all the stars as they leave with Magnus, but there's not a lot of them. But I mean that is probably my best guess, is that the stars look weird because you're seeing like all the other Adada decide to get out of there. The Manga G are like, we're out. Oh, wait, hold on. This isn't... Oh, I thought this... Oh, you know what? I thought this was, like, East March Public Dungeon. It's just East March. Okay. So I don't need to find any bosses. Okay, well... Okay, we're gonna go to Alec here, then. Well, actually, before we go, I'm gonna snap up the, Sky Shard. Because I might as well. Let me get my sandwich. Let me get my spicy sandwich. You know, space exploration is kind of interesting. Saying space is not really a term they use much. What would be the term? I guess extra mundile exploration, extra nern exploration. Used to be a bigger thing in Tamriel. There was a time when the Empire and High Elves would actually like to send people out to explore things up there. They would send them up in like ships, like the Firebirds, and the Imperials had Manonauts they would send up there. Essentially, you know, like magic astronauts. And the Manonauts found some really cool stuff over time. They're up there in the chaotic and confusing extramundile world. They found slipstream realms, which are essentially like realms between the Mundus and Oblivion. It's kind of like a place where things are Mundus-y and Oblivion-y. And when they found those, they were like, okay, this is a good realm that we can use to train our brains for when we go to Oblivion, because it's just kind of a good mental training ground instead of like just going from the Mundus to Oblivion, which could drive you nuts. They wanted to practice. So the Manonauts would hang out in these slipstream realms, and eventually the Empire would create the Battle Spire within one as kind of a way to train battle mages, and they would open up various portals to Oblivion there. I need some dolmens. But the Empire and High Elves kind of stopped this whole thing because they realized it was just way too expensive, I think, to send people up there. But the Battlespire is still a thing, and continues to be a thing until the Third Era. It's like somewhere around when Arena takes place. How long y'all been waiting here? I went with a spicy chicken sandwich this time around. I don't know if that was a wise decision. That tends to like destroy my sinuses. I really like spicy stuff, but I don't know, it's just like my sinuses are so weak. I need a tissue even if I have something barely spicy. And it's not like I don't feel like, oh, this is too spicy for me. It's just like my body's like, oh, I'm gonna start running now. And my allergies have been killing me almost all day. I don't know why. I know it's definitely allergies though. I mean, because I work outside a lot, and it was gorgeous today. A lot of well, we had some rain and a lot more thunder. I mean, the clouds. I try to get good pictures of the clouds sometimes, but it's it just doesn't do it justice. I just wish that I could stream what I see, because it just looks way better in person. I work around a very flat space, and so I just get these really nice open views. And I did get a picture. It just wasn't. It just definitely didn't depict it. Now, on the way home, I did get I got a great view of this storm off to the south, and it basically it was so dark, right? It was just so dark. There was no light in the sky except for the occasional strike of reddish lightning. It's kind of like an amber color. And so you just look up and see nothing in the sky, and then suddenly you just see bolt, and suddenly you just see the outline of a cloud. And it was very active. It was very active. So you weren't really waiting for long to see it. And it was just so good looking. There's no better Friday night drive than that. It wasn't really raining that hard. It rained a little bit, but it wasn't raining that hard. It was mostly thunder and lightning. It wasn't very sharp. Like, it wasn't like the surprising kind of thunder. It's definitely very low and rumbling, but also at sometimes very, very loud. It was nice. Of course, a little bit of concern being out there in it. But that's what I get paid to do. Plus, I really like it when you get a nice rain, when it's like 90 or in like the high 80s. You get a nice cozy rain. That's 3. But yeah, I got news that my old schedule, well, I can't really say old. I mean, I've done this new schedule for a couple of weeks. I expected it to last 1 week, and it lasted 2. I'm going back to the old schedule, which means that Friday streams will start at around 11:30, and not around, like, closer to 10 Central Time. I got a text about it right as I came in. Like, I left work, I got a text. And, I kind of wish I knew earlier, but learning on Friday night is better than learning on Sunday night, or heaven forbid, on a Monday. My friend told me, he shared with me a pic that shows that quote is actually from Battlespire. There's a Battlespire reference, everybody. I never finished Battlespire, but it's like, it's my favorite more niche Elder Scrolls concept. I honestly like I've obviously finished Skyrim. I finished Oblivion. I haven't finished Morrowind yet. I haven't finished Daggerfall or Arena. And I did some of Battlespire. It wasn't like impossibly hard, but obviously it's very glitchy. It's like the glitchiest Elder Scrolls out there. Fun fact, it's also the first multiplayer Elder Scrolls, because they had like a multiplayer option. They were experimenting with things back in the 90s. I also haven't finished Redguard. I read more than I play. I wouldn't even, I mean, like, I am a gamer by definition. I just don't generally consider myself that. I don't play a lot of games. I'll play games in, like, bursts. But, like, I don't know. Unless I have someone to play with, I don't generally play too terribly long. Okay, hold on. Give me a bit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you get 2 notifications. Oh, I got your Prime sub. Thank you. I'm honored. Thank you for oh my 53 months. Is that even a number? Yeah, you are cool enough for 2. Thank you. I'm just roaming around. I'm going to try to eat a spicy sandwich and not die. I don't generally, like, know what to do in ESO. I need to, understand the game better, I think. Because then, like, I'll be up there, like, oh, I'm gonna go for a build. Like, back when I was getting Blind Path, because I was like, oh, I want Blind Path. I had, I had a mission. I don't have any missions right now. I mean, like, if I was bold, I'd be like tossing myself into some veteran trials. But I am nervous. I mean, I showed my friend my build, and he was like, no, you're good, you should do some veteran trials. And I was like, dude, that's not what other people say. Claim your daily 2 more times you have your house?
I cannot control your world. I will destroy it.
Yeah, I'm not that close. I'm not that close.
May your soul burn.
I am halfway there. A little over halfway. Been too busy? Kinda, yeah. I mean, like, I've honestly been working less. Sorry, the spiciness. I've been working less the past 2 weeks because of the schedule change. I'm gonna be changing back this next week, so I'm gonna be even busier. So honestly, it's kind of a good thing and kind of a bad thing, right? So here's the let's do the bad news first. about my schedule change. The bad news is that I get home later. I don't get to hang out with my dog. And no one's awake. And that's always very sad. It's very quiet and dark. And also I have to work longer. The good news is that I get more money. Technically they're paying me for 7 hours of work, and they're only giving me 6.5. So I'm going to be going back to 8 hours, and I'm going to be getting a full 8 hours pay. So because like basically like, you know, I do a patrol every hour, and so if I work for 6.5 hours and every patrol takes 30 minutes, then that means that like if I was doing my old 7-hour shift, I would be doing the same amount of patrols I'm doing now, but I would be sitting around for like an extra half hour, and I would be racking in the cash for like another half hour, right? And that puts me at, that's like probably around 750 for half an hour. And if you add that up like 5 times, you'd get like probably on the heavier end, close to $60, right? A week. But instead they have me go home 30 minutes early. So that means that a lot of the time I just sit there not doing work that I get paid for is now like I just kind of get that cut off, and I don't get the extra cash. It's like, yeah, I get to go home early, but I don't get to like make money for sitting around. And that's annoying. So like basically I'm doing the same amount of work as 7 hours, but I'm only getting paid for 6.5. So I have not liked that very much. Also, I know I've been talking about this a lot and I haven't done it, but I'm totally getting really close to just asking for my vacation. I'm thinking about next month. I know it's really soon, so it'll probably be like at the end of next month, like maybe the last week of June. But I'm getting really close to just putting in my vacation. If I put in my paid vacation, they're gonna freak out. Right? If I put in my paid vacation, they're gonna think that I'm leaving because of the schedule stuff. Because they keep flip-flopping us back and forth. They're probably thinking, oh, they're gonna want to leave. I'm gonna put in my unpaid, and I'm gonna like attempt to get a paid later on, like 6 months later. You're pressing it backwards like you're working less but getting more. Nah, I was working kind of the same amount but getting less, which kind of pissed me off a bit. But what are you gonna do? I did like getting home earlier though. I like hanging out with my dog, and I knew it wasn't gonna last long. There's basically the employee just gave up. Like she didn't even show up apparently. Like shit, like just no call, no show. Ridiculous. I mean, I wasn't the one that was getting I wasn't the one that should take over. So it didn't hurt me any, but it hurt my relief.
Pathetic piece of filth. Leave while yet you can.
He's so mad at me. Chill fiend.
The plan is impudence. You are but an inconvenience.
So yeah. Basically, here's why there's a schedule change. Let me break this down for you really quick. So at least for weekdays, the patrol used to be it used to be me doing 7 hours, that being 3 to 10 And then it used to be my relief would do, I think, like 10 to 4:30. Maybe it was 10 to 4. So it might have been, so it was like, it might have been like 4:30. So it was probably like 6.5 hours, right? So that's how it used to be. And then the site added extra hours, right? So that meant that we had to divvy up the patrol between us. So I do 3 to 11 now, and my relief does 11 to 8. That's 9 hours a day. So they didn't overwork her. They had to omit a day, so she gets Fridays off. So she gets a 3-day weekend. But that means that we have to get an employee to cover for 1 day a week. So that puts us in a bind. We need someone to like fill in this spot. Someone to do a 9-hour shift a week. And it's like, that's not, no one's going to have a permanent position for 9 hours a week. So basically what we want to do is we want to get an employee to do the 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. shift every weekday, being like 20 hours a week. And I get that's not a lot, but it's better than doing a 9-hour. But like, because the time is so abysmal, 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., and the hours are so minimal, we can't get anyone. It's just so hard. And this person that we got, as soon as she was in, it was like, yeah, she's out. She just didn't show up. I mean, she showed up for like 2 weeks, but apparently she just was no call, no show earlier today. So it's like, I don't know what they expect from us. Like, how, like, who in the world, what person is going to want to do a 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. shift 28 hours a week? Like, you can't have students do it. That's you know, school starts probably before 8, I don't remember, but it's not the right time. The time's all off. And it's like, because like a student is the only person that's going to want to get this shift. That's the only person that's going to want to pay for it, or going to want to need the money for like such a short amount of time. Not to mention that whoever does this shift has to spend their shift trying to clear truckers off the lot. I mean, like, that is not enough pay for confronting angry, sleepy truckers. No way. I've got all mine. That you just goes over. Yeah, I gotta kick something out of your bed, brush your teeth, and pass out. You're driving to Maine. How long of a drive is that? Two-hour drive? It's probably pretty scenic, though. She lives on the border, so it's not too far into the state. I don't think I haven't driven like more than an hour, I think, in my life. Maybe not even that. I used to do a 45-minute commute, and that was just kind of like of my own doing because I didn't want to take highways. I get nervous. I'm nervous about my driving, but I did drive. I drove Mom to McDonald's and back. I think it was, no, it wasn't last week. It was the week before last week. And I wasn't even thinking about the fact that, you know, she's probably judging how I'm driving. But I drove her and she was like, "You're a great driver." I was like, oh, I didn't even think about that. It's probably because that's my literal job. We believe it can take up to 6 hours to drive across the state of Maine. Really? Wait, really? It takes about 6 hours to get across Texas. Like if I'm going completely, if I'm going to go completely west, it takes like 6 hours for me to get out of here. Are you sure? Live on the bottom corner of New Hampshire. She's halfway up your state, basically across the border. Is it 6 hours because of traffic? Is there a lot of traffic? Could be 5. Maine's pretty big. Size of Maine compared to Texas. Huh. I don't think it would take that long. Because I'm pretty sure it takes like 6 hours to go across Texas if you're going horizontally. It says 5 hours from your sister to the other. Well, maybe it's like because you go through like traffic areas or something. I don't know. Because I mean, like, look at this. Look. I mean, like, maybe it takes like 8 hours. I'm forgetting roads aren't straight. Yeah. You guys aren't like flat land. You've got those. What's it called? The ground that goes up. You've got that. So I guess that's probably a thing. You've got a lot of trees. But look how small y'all are. Yeah, I mean, we just have a bunch of flat open land, but it's not like deserty down here. Like a lot of people think of Texas as being very deserty, and it is. Like a lot of Texas is very, very, very deserty. But where I am on the eastern side, it's actually very green here. It's not super hilly, but I would definitely be probably a lot more. I would be a lot sadder if it was not green. I remember when I moved here, I think the first thing I said when I moved here almost 20 years ago, I got out of the car and I was like, what's all this green stuff? I'm just looking at the trees because I'm from Las Vegas. I was born and raised in Vegas. We did not see a lot of trees. Palm trees, maybe, yeah. But it's mostly dirt and sand. Google says it takes 5 hours 45 minutes to drive across Maine. You were accurate. Ups and downs probably add the extra difference for sure. Yeah. I guess a lot of Texas is just big open road and people probably break the speed limit. There's no cops around. Most of the roads here follow rivers too, so they're anything but straight. Why do the roads follow the rivers? Wouldn't that be like really dangerous? Like, what if it rains a lot? What if you get like a rainy season and it floods? Wouldn't you want your roads to be like away? I don't have much experience with the with the Northeast. We didn't travel a lot there. We did go to we went up to Pennsylvania. We checked out Philadelphia. We went to DC, but we didn't hang out really far up there. The roads follow the rivers because those are the paths they used to take with the horse and wagon and just paid them over later. Oh yeah, lore! That's some cool lore. Because you're like, oh, they wanted to stay near rivers because they probably wanted a source of water. Humans really like water. Just last week, I think, we were talking about how you can see, like, how you can basically see the shape of the Nile from space because you can see all the lights just going down the Nile. Gotta have the mind of calling this up there. Also the mind of revolutionaries. The South always acts like they know how to fight, you know. Down here, it's always we act all big and tough, and you know we call y'all Yankees and stuff. But in reality, you know, you had a war and we had a war. You won and we lost, and the North was involved in the war that we lost too. We lost against you guys. Actually, that sounds weird to say we. That's not the South lost. Apparently this year's the 250th anniversary of our country. I think that's next year. Because 1776, 2026. Right? I think that's how math works. Unless there's like some weird year thing that I'm not putting together. But yeah, now that I think about it, I mean, like, yeah, you guys you guys had the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, and you won both. One of those was against the South, and everyone down here tries to act all cool, but we lost that. It's funny. I mean, like when you're down here, you really start to understand how much of the weird badass culture is kind of what's the term? Not projecting, but we're trying to seem big. Let me tell you, we do have great barbecue. Have a great barbecue. That's one thing. You know what to tell you? This is a historical society girl asked for them to do the thing to celebrate this year. Maybe it has something to do with like school years. I don't know. Basically like next time. I don't know. Because when does school go out for the summer? Because like, is it because like July? You know, the 4th of July. would be during summer vacation, and so they want to do it during the school year before that. No, because it would be after. Because then it would probably be after this summer break. I'm confusing myself. You know what it is? The recital is probably after the new year. You know what it is? You just remember she has to remember the song. It's a school thing? Ah, it's with her vocal coach. Okay. Yeah, it's probably next year. Because, that will be July 4th, 2026. Which does not seem like a real year. I mean, when you think about it, 250 years, it's a pretty good, it's a good number for anniversaries. But if you think about, like, in human terms, that's not that long. I mean, think about it. Think about 250 years. It is a blip in history. I mean, if you're just really looking at it, you could, like, someone can live. People can live over 100 years, right? That's like 2 people's lifetimes, 2.5, right? You know, you have 2 people that live up to 100 years, and then like a half of a lifetime. That's not. I mean, think about all this. Think about how different life was back then. It's nuts. Think about like all the advances we've made. Like I am talking with. I might be talking to people like literally anywhere in the world right now. They're watching me stream a game. I'm not just talking about like in terms of country, more like human advancement, I guess. America being young is why people in England and Europe say America doesn't have history, because they contract theirs for far longer. America has an insane amount of history granted in 250 years. America's got a lot of history. I mean, like, you can't say America doesn't have history. Like, people have history, and they don't, you know, they're not as old as countries. If something exists, it will accrue lore, you know? So, no, that we've got history. Trust me, Mom really likes American history, and she's taken us to Revolutionary War sites. She's taken us, you know, we've done family trips to, like, Civil War sites. I mean, we've got tons of pictures. Loads of pictures. We've been to Waxahachie. I was going to say Waxahachie. We've been to Appomattox. You know, we've been to Antietam. Just so many places. America has so much history. It's nuts. But obviously, like, if you go, oh, well, compared to Europe, maybe not. Well, no, maybe not. At least not in terms of the history that our history books like to teach. Hello, Amber. But there's a lot of interesting stuff going on with America. Be it good or bad. Here we have history. You can go to old forts, and they have historical actors. And such gives you a feel of what it would be like to live back in the time. Yeah, we've been to sites like that. I honestly like if Mom was here, she'd be like listing all the places we've been to. But like, there's so many. I'm just trying to put it all together in my head. I was, you know, obviously it's my childhood. I'm very young at this point. So, like, we've been to Gettysburg. We did Gettysburg. Obviously, we've been to the Alamo. Jamestown, Monticello. Independence Hall. I think we saw where Benjamin Franklin was buried. Been to George Washington's house. I don't recall what it's named. 8th graders get to go on an American Heritage Tour and take you to see the Liberty Bell, Declaration of Independence in D.C. Yep, we saw that too. Yeah, because we went to D.C. and saw all those things. You know, Washington Monument, Smithsonian's. I'm not sure if I saw the bed that Lincoln died on, but I have seen one of his hats. I think one. I mean, like Appomattox. I remember very clearly. I remember that very clearly. You had to go to the theater, and then across the street where he died. Oh yeah. Yeah, they had small buildings back then. People were smaller. I'm kidding. Lincoln was huge. But yeah, I'm really into history, and it might be because Mom imprinted on me, right? It might be why I'm really into Elder Scrolls history as well. And I just like events. I like events. I like studying events. I like being where events happened. I like seeing something and thinking about how old it is, you know. And the importance of not like polishing off history just so that you look good. I'm a fan of just getting the raw history, you know. You know, no time for your feelings. Have you seen the mountains in Ohio? I know we went to see some mounds somewhere, but I don't think it was Ohio. I'm not sure if I've been to Ohio. I mean, like, we've been to so many states. I don't know. Have we? They've got a cool flag. 2,000 years old? No, I don't think we have. Crazy view into our history as humans. Yeah, Mom really, really likes that stuff. It's crazy to see, like, cave drawings and stuff. Like old houses, you know, carved into stone. Old drawings on walls. Let's say we went on a historical field trip. You nerd out so much. Bring that up to her. Like, literally. Okay, so, we just got our new dog, right? So we have, we've got a doggo. And the doggo can't go anywhere right now because she's still taking medication for, like, heartworms. And so she can't do anything exciting because apparently it's like the heartworm medication needs to work, and if she gets excited, it could really move her heart, and it's not supposed to move a lot. So she can't go anywhere yet. But I'm pretty sure she has 1 week left. It's been like 2 months or something. So once that's done, Mom and Dad are going to be going to California. And so they're going to be gone for a while. But when that happens, if you know, if everything goes well with Nala and she behaves and doesn't, like, you know, run all over the place, then they're probably going to be really open to taking more trips. If you want to bring up taking that kind of trip with her, I think they'd be open to that. Mom and Dad, I think, they can be way more flexible with their schedule than we can, right? And since they have us to take care of the house, I think they're probably going to be more apt. So if you bring it up, it might not be a bad idea. I'd like to go, I'm gonna go on a vacation, like I said, but it's not gonna be my paid. So I'm still gonna have the paid vacation in my back pocket. So we'll see where that goes. She did tell me she's going there to help her mama. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of wish I could go. I haven't been to Cali in 8 years. Actually, maybe more like 7 years. It's been a while. Because like last time I went was 2018. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's really gonna appreciate that. Now that area, this little town in Cali, it's called Ridgecrest. Little town in the middle of Mojave, pretty much the middle of nowhere. It's kind of like if we're talking about like family lore, family history, that's an important part of my history. I've got relatives over there. If you guys remember the earthquake that hit California back in like 2019, I think. It was an earthquake on the 4th of July that hit California. That was very close to Ridgecrest, and I'm pretty sure it's officially called the Ridgecrest earthquake. They're okay. They were fine. But it shook up a lot of stuff. So like, I have other relatives there too, in that area. I mean, like, I've even thought like maybe I should move out there. But I don't really like the desert. I'm not a desert guy. I don't feel like I was ever built for the desert. I don't like a dry heat, and I also don't like the lack of, rain. Canada's throwing its own fireworks. When I was a kid, I would, like I said, I was in Vegas for most of my life. Well, at this point, probably not most. I was in Vegas for, let me think, 1995 to 2006. So, it's like 11 years. So, I would sit around sometimes, and I had a CD that was just nothing but thunderstorm sounds, and I would put that in, and just listen to the rain, even though we didn't get like any rain there, not very often. I was not built for the desert. Speaking of, you're getting some crazy weather around there tomorrow, aren't you? You don't remember the risk parameters? We got some today. I don't think it reached into tomorrow. Hold on. Yeah, there's a tornado in St. Louis. What an image. Wait, hold on. Why is it giving me the weather for Columbus, Ohio? It says that it's doing Columbus, Ohio. There is likely risk of severe weather this morning. Wind, tornadoes, and hail are possible. Look out for damaging winds Stay aware and be prepared. Anyone in Columbus, Ohio? I don't know why it's putting me there. You're watching today, but most of the worst tornadoes were northeast of me. You see, Illinois had a sandstorm? No. I've been really disconnected from what's going on. Because I've been trying to avoid spoilers for the show that I'm watching. Okay, let me see. Here we go. No, this is still Columbus. You watch the weather for no reason, you're just entertained with it? I know. That's why you're here, right? Okay, here we are. Monday. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, there's a 83% chance of rain today. A high of 87, low of 72. That is going to be in the PM. So let's take a look at that. Which is, but not TV. You watch a YouTuber reporter live. You watch the stream for over 10 hours a day. Didn't even affect you. Yeah, it's just interesting. It's relaxing too. So this is for Dallas, Texas. Cloudy in the morning, followed by heavy thunderstorms later in the day. A few storms may be severe. High of 87 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds south-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain, 80%. And then, night, we have partly cloudy. Stray severe thunderstorm is possible. Low of 72 Fahrenheit. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles an hour. It's always nice to have this on a weekend. I mean, at least for me, because I don't go anywhere. So it's like, oh, it's cozy, right? Especially if it's like in the early morning when I'm like not streaming, I'm hanging around. Your friend in Arkansas invites you to watch weather with him and then sends you recordings of the tornado sirens when they go off. Yeah, we get tornado sirens every Wednesday, the first Wednesday of every month, because we do a test. I haven't heard them go off. I don't think I've heard them go off like with meaning lately. Now that I think about it. Once? Okay, hear me out. Once, this was back during, like, I would say probably 2018. I'm gonna say 2018 or 2017. Political tensions were really high. There was, like, a lot of political tension between the US and Russia, because this was Trump's first term, and he was, like, saying things like, you know, tell Russia that we've got a lot of nukes. And a lot of people were like, dude, you should probably, I mean, like, yeah, but, like, calm down a bit. People were very nervous, like, collectively. And then I remember somewhat, like, a group of people had hacked the tornado sirens all in the DFW area. So you had, like, 50 sirens going off all at the same time without anything in the forecast. And so many of us just thought that this was the end. I mean, I remember watching the news being like, so like this group had hacked like the Matrix or whatever to set off all these tornado sirens. They're all going off. Cold War all over again. So I remember us. I think we were like watching the news, and it's like nothing's showing up on the news, and we just like kept swapping back to the news, and then there was like nothing there. Mom and Dad were out. Mom and Dad were probably in California at this time, and so we were. It was just me and Minchie, and eventually I think we just kind of gave up and watched Friends. We like gave up on the news. We're like, let's watch Friends. What else is on? Like, apparently we're not all dead. Friends asked you today if you have tornado sirens, and you're like, yeah, we don't have that stuff here. Yeah, they are pretty scary, but they're very important. I remember my first spring I had here. My very first spring I had here in Texas, we got a tornado. Like an actual tornado. And I mean, again, to go from Vegas, which is just dry dirt and nothingness, blue sky, dry dirt, and suddenly to have rain going sideways like it's Jurassic Park or something, you know, and everything's lush, and you look up at the sky and it's this like bluish green tint, you know, and everyone's like, there's a tornado, and like then the electricity goes off, and it goes all like, it makes like a stereotypical electrical sound. That was funny. It like actually did that, and all the lights cut out, and we had to go to a tornado shelter. We had one nearby, but we had to all go to a tornado shelter. And I literally thought, like, we just got like a new mobile home. I wasn't attached to it too much because we just moved, but we just got a new mobile home, and I literally was, I was just thinking, that's probably gone. I mean, I just moved in, so I guess it wasn't that scary. I wasn't like terribly attached, but I was thinking like, it might be gone. You know, as soon as I leave the shelter, what's going to be left? It was very exciting for a lot of people that could have like turned them off about like, I don't want to be here anymore. But for me, I was like, this is so interesting. It's so interesting. I mean, like, just today, I couldn't get my eyes off the sky and looking at those clouds, and I'm like, it's just so interesting. You don't understand why we don't have them, though? You're putting for the Cold War, in case Russia did bomb us? Or are we just not concerned about that up here? Maybe you guys were smart enough to know that if you got bombed, there would be no one to hear. Honestly, like, what are sirens gonna do? I don't want to get too dark, but like, that's just kind of the end game right there. Sirens are just gonna let you know it's coming. Experienced the green atmosphere when you were younger. Serenity and I are always photographing the sky here. We don't have animal clouds and crazy stuff like you. Like I said, at work, I've got like this huge open view, and it kind of feels like an open field at times. And the views, the clouds I can see it's just nuts. I mean, I get pictures, but it just doesn't do it enough. The sirens were to warn people because they didn't know hiding under your desk did nothing until after World War II. I always thought they made like those desk videos just to give us like emotional support. How would anyone think that I would actually do anything? Yeah, it was all just for feelings. I watched one of those videos recently, and it just feels so dark, because you just know it's just emotional support. I was talking about like ways that we progress as humans. I don't really think I'd consider that. I mean, it has kept people from screwing with each other, sure, but like once someone decides to, that's it. GG. The only way to win is not to play. Ah, shit. You grew up in the 90s because it was the only real time when America wasn't on the brink of war. Or had something going on. It was a really peaceful time. TV was kind of meh, though. Video games were cool, but I didn't like have a 64 or anything. I didn't get a system until like 2007. But video games were cool in the 90s. Can you imagine growing up having to worry about getting bombed by Russia or something? That'd be scary. Well, it's not exactly a politically peaceful time right now for kiddos, let me tell you. I'd say this is probably the most politically active the country's been in a long, long time. I wonder what the fallout of that's going to be. There's the group event. How many... What am I at? Oh, wait. Did I do it? Did I do it already? Oh, I did. 30 foes. Okay. Stormhaven. Okay, not bad. Oh, shoot. Let's get this. You did the kill a guy in whatever area ones. Yeah, I knew it was gonna take a while to get to this, but I've got time. You have to do a single dungeon, you're proud of yourself? Don't tell mom and dad that, because they're gonna like... They're gonna say, oh wait, we didn't have to do dungeons? I wish they gave us more trial pursuits. I kind of wish they gave us like every Craglorn trial and said like do Aetherian Archive, do like all three of them on normal and then maybe some pursuits for veteran. I think that'd be pretty cool. I want, as I've been talking about, I want more reasons to do trials. I want more like events that are trial centric. I want more people to want to get into trials, and I'm pretty sure Zos knows that a lot of people are very scared of trials. They even referenced it during their Solstice reveal stream, seasons of the Worm Cult stream. They said like, we know that a lot of people are afraid of getting into trials, but you should try this new one. And I feel like that for a lot of things. I mean, like, a lot of people I've known, they're scared to get into trials. And so I'll bring them into trials. I'm just like, okay, well, just join as a DPS. And you'll just kind of go with the flow. We're not going to do it on veteran. We'll do it on normal. Just to kind of initiate you into trials. And so I have led a couple people into their first trial, I think. And I think that it is... I mean, I understand why people would be afraid, but it's a lot more manageable than people think. Very a lot more, even with your RA meds. Alright, we're going to get me checked if you're growing antibodies for your medications. Is that a quick check? Is that like one of those checks where they get the test results quickly? Or is that one of those annoyingly long tests? I need to get some medical stuff done too. It's just blood work. I haven't been to the doctor in years and years and years. I've got some things I gotta get taken care of, but like mom's like, do it on your vacation. You know, you can imagine how unappealing that sounds to me. She's like, when you go on your vacation, get a checkup and stuff. I'm like, ugh. Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm literally doing nothing on my vacation. That's how I like my vacations. I like my vacations to be like a refrain of how my life was before I worked. I just kind of, you know, I sleep a lot, I eat a lot, and I stream a lot on my vacations. And, you know, I'm sure there's going to be vacations where I do other stuff. But that's just what I generally do. So, I'll be honest, that does leave me open to just going to the doctor if, you know, if I make an appointment. They're starting you on another med. I want you to be on that for 2 weeks before getting your labs done. Cortisone shot actually made a difference. They want to get a scan of your shoulders to see if they're worse than they thought. Wait, it made a difference? And they want to check to see if it's worse? Wouldn't they want to check to see if it's worse if it didn't make a difference? Oh, okay, I'm at 5.
Hurry up, Gaston. What in blazes are you doing in there?
Yeah, I'm gonna be getting doctor's stuff and dental stuff. I mean, like, I've got insurance now, I might as well use it, right? It's gonna be so expensive. Like, literally, I'm gonna be like, I'm already telling myself I'm gonna be like nearly poor by the time it's done, and then it's like, well, why am I making money? Like, okay, I make money, and then I spend it to fix my body, and then it's like I'm out of money now. Like, where do I go from here? Like, am I going anywhere? You know? I mean, even if I worked every day of my life, I wouldn't be able to afford a house for 12 years. So it's like, what am I even doing? Where do I go? I am literally lucky enough that they let me stay here. Actually, I think they prefer that I am here, but I can't stay here forever. I don't know. And it's like, I'm not broke, but like in a capitalistic sense, I'm basically broke, right? I'm not, like, I look at my bank account and I'm like, this is certainly not broke, but if I busted my toe, I would be. It helped. So they basically injected a gel into your shoulder to see if it helped, and it did. So now you have to worry about if your arthritis is getting rid of the fluids in your joints. Okay. No, my work offers insurance. So I have that now, but that's not a lot. I mean, like, it's not gonna be a bunch. It'll help. But here's the thing, though. They're taking out a lot from my weekly pay so I can have insurance, right? But it's like, what if I kept that money instead? If I'm not, like, I haven't used my insurance all year. We're 5.5 months in. I haven't used my insurance. How much money have they taken out of my account to pay the insurance company? And I haven't even used it yet because I haven't really immediately needed it. So it's like, if I didn't pay for the insurance, I could have kept that money, and what if it would be more than how much they're gonna cut off from whatever operation I get? Say it's dental work, right? I need like a permanent crown, because I got a temporary. So it's like, I have spent, you know, X amount of dollars to pay the insurance company, and it turns out that the crown is going to be like this much, and the insurance company is going to pay for significantly less than X. It's like, well, I should just get the money. Emergency bills will be more than what you put into insurance guaranteed. Choose the insurance more instead of not going to the doctor, then you wouldn't have to question if it's worth it. Right, but if I use the insurance, how often can you use insurance? Right? Like, how often can you do that? I'm new to this. Like, if I went to the doctor and I was like, oh, I'm going to get this operation, can I use it like twice in a month? When are they going to be like, you can't invoke your insurance, we won't cover the costs because you're doing it too often? Use it every time you go. Literally, I could just go and be like, keep covering this, keep covering this. Sounds like there's a catch. Because, like, I mean, like, I could really just, like, what if I just, like, well, I guess I probably can't cut off my insurance. Like, what if I got everything done within, like, 2 months? And I was like, okay, well, now that that's done, I'm not going to pay this anymore. I remember when I maxed out my insurance back in 2018 because I got in my car accident. So I got into a car accident, and I got a concussion, and I broke my clavicle, and I was put in a sling, and because it was so expensive, it maxed out our insurance. And so we spent an entire year after that getting so, because like this was when I was on my family insurance. We spent a year getting all these not operations, but like we got like I got scans and all that stuff done, checkups, so much done. Some of us spend down so they'll cover the rest after a designated amount. Some just cover things and give you a copay. I think the first sounds familiar. I have Anthem, so that's what my work uses. Almost there. Yeah, Medicare and the stipend for having this insurance that was forced upon you is literally half your income. It's meant for milking the elderly of the savings before they pass away, but it barely covers anything. So you have to also have state insurance cover everything it won't cover. It's all so confusing. I'm not built for this. It's 30 out of 30. These are Delve bosses. Oh, we're almost, okay. We're almost done class abilities. I probably should have pinned it. Okay, did that work? No, I need one more. How about you? I'm kidding. Yeah, I think dental work is the most immediate thing. Dental work. That's gonna be annoying. I do not like going to the dentist. I've already had like 2 root canals. It's not the worst thing though. Like if I Like, if I had to choose, like, oh, do I want to have a dental visit or go to work? I'd probably have a dental visit. And work isn't really that bad, you know. It's shorter. It's all about the time. But yeah, I've had a couple of root canals. It's not the worst thing, but let me tell you, I brush my teeth way more than I used to. I used to slack off. I do not slack off anymore. I have not slacked off for a while now. It's actually been a pretty long while. Why is my Steam so loud all of a sudden? You were trying to brush your teeth growing up. Basically, your sister and I basically left to do your own thing. I think I had like a low period where I didn't do it as much, and now I just don't, you know, I don't let myself not do it. Yeah, you get some teeth pulled and now you know. I still have my wisdom teeth, I think. Unless they were robbed from me. I've got a frustrating mouth. The dentists seem to be very frustrated, mostly because they're like, your mouth is small. It is a small mouth. It always hurts to just like keep my mouth open. I mean, like, you know, for things like root canals, they jam your mouth open. They keep it open. Ooh.
Please, someone, we need help.
I might do some Halo. I haven't done Halo in a bit. The plan for this week, stream-wise, is pretty much just the usual. Last week was kind of strange because we had like stuff going on. This week should be the usual 8 p.m. on Saturday Central Time, and then 7 p.m. on Sunday. However, a little bit different. I'm gonna be trying to do the UESP stream on Sunday because of you know, watching Andor. My schedule's all been like made completely wonky, so I'm gonna try to fit the UESP stream in on on Sunday. So that'll probably be like Sunday 5 to 6, I would assume. It might end up being 4 to 5, but knowing me, it's going to be 5 to 6. And then, literally after the UESP stream, I'm going to rush to get food, and then come right back and start my own stream at like 7 p.m. Central. I should probably play Oblivion Remastered on the UESP stream like last time, but I still can't get it to run properly, and it's pretty embarrassing. And I can't help it. Like I've tried everything. I've tried like going into my computer's BIOS and adjusting the smallest things, and it's just I'm on the minimum requirements, or rather I'm above minimum requirements. It just should not be acting the way that it is. Can't figure it out. And you know, the UESP deserves way better than that, but it's all I can really do. I'm trying hard. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna do some Halo, because I haven't done Infinite in a while. That's on my SSD, so maybe it'll go faster. Give me a bit. I shall return. Okay, Mac. Let's see how quickly this starts up. Whoop. A little clicky there. I think another reason why I end up talking lore more on my stream than the UESP is because the UESP, it's so short, right? It's like an hour. But like I struggle because it's basically like a YouTube video. I'm not generally, unless you're there or like a friend is there, it's very quiet. And it's like, well, I don't know. I've had people suggest like, oh, write a script or a general thing to cover during the stream. And I get that. That isn't a terrible idea, but I think it's better to cover the lore of things that I am actually doing. And I don't always know what I'm going to be doing. It's like if I'm playing Oblivion and I encounter a specific Ayleid ruin, maybe I want to talk about the Ayleids or something. So it's like I'd prefer to bounce off that. You're fitting it in between work and your streams? Yeah, trust me, I would be doing it longer if I had more free time. If I had more free time, I'd be doing a lot more stuff. If I had more free time, I'd be playing, I think, a lot more games. I'd be in a lot more calls. I'd be, you know, it's just, I mean, honestly, it's, I'm not even like, I don't even have a busy job, and I don't have a demanding schedule, right? My schedule's the same every week. It's just, I don't know. I think it's mostly my fault. I think it's mostly my body schedule that I can blame. Because it's like, a lot of my free time, I could have it during the day, but I take my free time during the night. And, like, say it's a work day. I get home at 11 p.m., and it's like I could go right to bed and then wake up at, you know, 8 a.m. or something like that, and I could stream, I could play games with people, but it's like I don't want to do stuff before work. I hate doing stuff before work. I despise it. If I'm gonna go to work, I literally want to get out of bed, get dressed, grab my stuff, and go. Because I can't enjoy anything having, like, this feeling of work hanging over my head. Right? It's just, maybe it's a personal problem. But I just don't like doing that. So maybe it's my fault for, like, not wanting to, like, technically I could be more active during the day and do stuff with more people, play games, instead of, because I'm very lonely at night. Hi, Drizzy. Spontaneity is a nice thing. I'm not the most spontaneous person in the world. Yogurt.
Husky Raid.
That was pretty spontaneous. That was pre-planned. Do you think I have a script? Do you think I follow a script?
Bomb taken.
Crap. Dang it. You want to play some game, but you go to work sometime later. Oh well, it'll be fun to do it. But will it though? Right? Will it? I mean, I've done it before, you know? I've done stuff before work before. I used to play, back in 22, I used to play games before work. I know if I like it or not. Dang it!
Bomb taken.
Any consequences? Yeah, it's not as fun. Honestly, it feels kind of frustrating. It's kind of like how do I say? It's like oh shit, I fell off the edge. He actually got me. He saved me the embarrassment. Have you ever, like, done something that's, like, really limited time? Like, you've got limited time with a certain thing, like, maybe it's, like, the last time a band will be playing a concert, and you're watching their last concert, and you're thinking, like this is the last concert. You need to enjoy it. And your act of trying to force enjoyment kind of ruins the mood a bit. Hello, sir. That's kind of how it is, where it's like, I have to enjoy this. I am going to work later.
Objective incoming.
We have something you have to do later in the day. You do get antsy and have trouble relaxing sometimes. That's That's the mindset right there. I basically like I want to get it out of the way. I want to get something out of the way so that I don't have to worry about it later. Unfortunately, because of my schedule, that means that most people are asleep.
Bomb armed. Bomb armed. Enemy team scored.
Yeah, I felt that. It won't be the last time you see these games. Probably will see it after you get back home.
Objective ready.
Right, but I like my, okay, is that gonna hit? I think that actually, like, hit. That didn't kill. I mean, I'm not, like, someone that doesn't understand the pros and cons. I know the pros and cons. And I know whether or not I'm comfortable with it. If I was comfortable with it, I'd be doing it all the time. Okay, how do I take the bomb?
Objective ready.
You think the pros outweigh the cons by a kilometer? Well, do not forget the most important variable in this equation, and that is you're Drizzy and I'm not.
Good old-fashioned takedown.
Blow this time. No scope. Bomb taken.
No, god damn it. I mean, why can't I have like a gravity hammer or something right now? Oh shit. You thought the important variable was gonna be I speak in miles, not kilometers. Think of the pros and cons for yourself and figure it out. Why do you feel like you have to think for me though? Like, of course I thought about it. It's my life. I've also done it, as well as thought about it.
Bomb armed. Enemy team scored. Defeat.
I mean, like, I have... My work is kind of exhausting. A lot of movement, you know? Like, if I streamed before work instead of after it, I would be a different person. You would get a very different mood. And C, also, it is 1:31 a.m. I'm streaming after work, and there's people here. The weather before hours is different than weather after hours. Well, not really, but I'm saying, like, if I was streaming, right? Like, if I wasn't streaming, you know, it'd just be normal, but, like, if I'm streaming, I don't think I'd be as entertaining. I would be a little less peppy, probably. I wouldn't be, like, mean or anything. I'd be, like, just probably less happy, you know? Because I'd be like, I got so much to do after this. Like, imagine playing competitive Overwatch or something. Or doing, like, a veteran trial and having... That's exhausting. And then being like, I gotta go to work after this. Ugh, God, no. I can only do something like that after work. That's just how it be. I mean, like, think about how, like, I could stream during the week, right? Like, I could stream during my weekdays, because, like, I get home at the same time. I don't stream on Fridays because I get home at a different time. It's just kind of it's the same. So the only difference is that I'm going into my weekend, right? That's why I stream. It's because I can stay up. I've got time. If any game that exhausts you, you dread doing it, you probably shouldn't play it till it actually feels entertaining and not a chore. Amen, question mark. I think that's a bit reductive. It's kind of like, it's like spicy food, right? Spicy food is painful, but it's fun to eat because because of the pain. But you don't want your spicy food, like, if you're stressed, probably. I mean, like, maybe some people do. But, like, if I'm stressed, I don't also want spicy food. Because it's like, I'm already in a frustrated mood. I don't need to stack it with something else. So I'm gonna eat spicy food, right, when I'm more capable of withstanding the pain. Because it is a fun kind of pain, but it's still pain. Most games these days are a chore, though. They're literally designed like that now. Kinda. Feeding right into what you're saying. Well, okay, yeah, but if you're saying, oh, only do it when it's entertaining, then it's like I would be doing hard games way less. It's like I'd be doing competitive Overwatch less. I'd be doing veteran trials less. Because, like, if I started playing during the day, my activity into those things would go way down. What's going on with the terrain? What the fuck? I would suddenly, like, almost never hear or never enter veteran trials. Sydney starts this conversation with something like, I should play more during the day and spend all this time defending while you play as night. I started with, oh, I should play during the day, because what is with the terrain? Oh my god. What is happening here? Hello. That is discombobulating. I said, oh, I should be playing during the day. I could do more. I could play with people more and stuff like that. But the pros do not outweigh the cons. That's why we're doing this convo. Because I wanna talk about why I'm sad. There's no perfect solution, and why there's no perfect solution. Fucking hell. What's funny is that even on my vacation, because of my body clock, I probably won't be active during the day. Because, like, my body clock is just set to be this way. I'm like a nocturnal animal, you know? Hi! Ah, fuck. And is the end result not playing during the day and continuing what you're doing? Yeah. That's probably going to be the end result. Did they add knockback to this? The recoil on this is... Huh. Ashla Tano. That's a Star Wars reference. Wasn't always a nocturnal animal, can be changed. Well, yeah, sure, I can train myself. I'm not gonna do it for a week-long vacation, though. Did I hit both of them? I might have. Plus, if I start playing games and streaming and stuff during the day, that means that people are gonna hear me downstairs, and I don't think they need to hear me yell, motherfucker, when I'm playing Halo. I really actually do not want that. My cats sleep all night and are up during the day. That's unnatural to them. Are you a cat? Nia. That was nuts. That thing like ricocheted. Someone's invisible, I'm gonna find you. That was not him. I deserve that. Weather's going yeah on us. He said I'm conflicted. What is happening here? Come on.
Enemy halfway to victory.
How did that not kill you? What the fuck? How did that not kill you? I mean, back in the day, back like during the COVID days, I would sometimes wake up at weird hours. My sleep schedule was just crazy. Holy fuck. Because you know, I didn't have anything to get up for, so I would just kind of. I mean, I remember like sleeping until I woke up once at 8 p.m. That was a weird feeling. Or that was a really weird feeling. Not everyone. Not everyone. Come on! No! Ah! Ah! My God! Pitiful. Grazed! Heading low. 80% of the world, how about that? Okay, I'll take that. But yeah, that's me. I mean, like, that's you know why people were like that, Drizzy? It's because they didn't have things to get up for. And so therefore, their schedules could be like that. Me, I have stuff to get up for. I can't just play during the day as willy-nilly as I could then. I am a... Oh, no, gravity hammer, gravity hammer! Give me the gravity hammer! Give me the fucking hammer! What? It was right there! How am I? I'm doing good, but my performance is not reflecting that. It's pretty rough. Also, Drizzy's not understanding me. They couldn't leave home because of lockdown. No, I know they couldn't. True, we had to get up and still do responsible things. You just weren't allowed to. We had to get up. We just weren't allowed to. Okay. Well, I had to quit my job. Why is this not rendering? Why am I holding a bunch of polygons? All right. I think we're kind of getting off track here. We're getting off track. Things are getting muddled. What is with this?
Another one down.
How is that high? What is high about this? It's something with this map, I think. Like, what the hell? Ah! Okay. 3. Alright, we're gonna start from the ground up. So, I do not like working, or I don't like playing games before work. I do not want to get up at 8 a.m. and play a bunch of games and stream and stuff before I go to work. I do not want to teach myself to do that, because I don't have fun when I do that because I don't like work hanging over my head. I've done it. I will not rewire my brain and sleep schedule to do it. It is not fun. I'm sure I'm not the only one to think this way. And that is final. I have to pick and choose. I wish I could be luxurious, and I wish that I could, maybe even do both. But I can't pick and choose. That is the world that we live in. I mean, I guess I could, I just wouldn't enjoy one. You don't know. I honestly feel. You honestly think you'd be happier doing what you're not doing. You'd have the willpower to change. Oh, you think if I feel I'd be happier doing what I'm not doing? Okay. One downside to doing this after work is that my brain is slow. I'll admit that. So you're saying, if I think I'd be happier changing my method, I would have the willpower to change if it's just my mindset. So you're saying it's my mindset. You can desire change and not take on methods to make that change? I do not desire change, though. Like, change has benefits, right? What's the benefits? Well, people are awake. What's the disadvantages? Well, people are awake in my house, which means that they can hear me say things that I don't want them to hear me say. That's a pretty big one, by the way. I would have work over my head, which is also a really big one. I would have more people online, but that honestly, like you guys are here now, right? How much would really change? Is it really worth it when you run the hypothesis? Like, if I do this, will I be happier? How often are we here this late? Not very, but and especially on Fridays. Fridays are very quiet for me. That's just kind of the way it is. But yeah, I know, I'm helping you procrastinate. That's what I'm here for. Why do I have a repulsor? What kind of crazy ass world is this? Oh my god, what the hell? I forgot about these. Shit. I'll continue to help you if you want. Literally, honestly, you know what would really fix? You know what would fix my issue, everybody? What would fix my issue is just becoming a full-time streamer. Like, I just should quit my job and be a full-time streamer. Do you guys think I have, like, the charisma for it? Do you guys think I could do it? That would fix everything, really. I mean, like, I would run my own schedule. I would be streaming all the time. Holy shit! Man. Fire in the hole! How the hell? Wasn't your desire to possibly play, but don't be lonely from it. That's when playing before work came along as a possible change that could be made. You said you don't want to do it. Exactly. Exactly. Like, sure, there's a pro to doing it. I wouldn't be as lonely. But the cons, oh god, the cons. No! Will you also drive me to Maine when you're too tired to do it yourself because you procrastinated? You do not want me to drive you to Maine. I am not your main man.
Hey, we're sorry.
Besides people here, what are the cons besides people hearing you? Okay, here we go again. Well, the cons would be people hearing me, which is the first one, you're right. Also, I would have work hanging over my head, which is very, very, very annoying. God, I mean, those two reasons alone. I mean, I walk like 8,000 steps a day. Cause that's silly. I don't think it's silly. Why are you dismissing my very real issue as being silly? I don't feel very heard right now.
Your team scored victory.
I don't know what the fuck I did. But apparently I got 4 kills. What time do I go to work? I work second shift. So I wake up at like 2:30. And then I'm at work at 3. And then I come home at 11. The slide came at a different time. Not your fault you take too long to read your comment. I don't have timestamps. Let's look at my stream manager open. I used to stream on weekend. No, sorry, not on weekends. I used to stream on afternoons on Mom's Twitch channel. Remember that? That went for a bit. Mom ran a Twitch channel. I mean, I guess I wouldn't stream. I would be her guest, right? So she would be live, and then I would jump in. It was always the two of us. I don't think she ever did a stream by herself. Yeah, but see, that's the thing, though, right? You miss Mom's streams, but they stopped because I got too busy, right? I should not have brought that up probably, but
Super Fiesta.
why am I here again? Yeah, mom streams were fun. During COVID, I'm sure I did afternoon streams all the time. You're just having a conversation on something you probably love yourself a lot and never really discuss. Yes, but I want to hear that, okay, I understand. Because it doesn't really feel like people are quite registering why I don't change my entire schedule.
Earn the most kills win.
And it's also kind of frustrating to talk about because I know that it would be good for some reasons, but it's like I can't achieve that. I would love to have the best of both worlds, but I can't achieve that, and it's like, man, it's so frustrating to think about.
Shields ain't saving that one.
God, and if you're gonna ambush him, man, thank you. So maybe life is hard for us to understand because it's not your schedule to get. Yeah, maybe. Cause like it's hard to really visualize what I'm talking about unless you're me. And you know all my variables. Like, it's like, oh, how much, you know, what do people hear from my room? And also, like, what is my job like? And things like that. Granted, it's not as exhausting as my retail job. I would, yeah, no way.
Lost the lead.
I mean, like, also you need to consider, I don't even get holidays. I didn't get Christmas off. I didn't get New Year's off. Crap, did that guy get me on the way down? Woo! Crazy. No, that wasn't him, though. He probably helped. But yeah, I don't get holidays. I am a tired person. Wait, what'd I drop? Okay, I'll drop that. Nope! Okay, I could have gravity hammered. My bad. You feel like you play games until the moment you have to leave the house, so it's a lot different than what you're saying, your experience and habits, different viewpoint on something you don't see personally, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, like me, like I probably don't play games as much as some of you do. Like most of the gaming I do is probably on my streams. I mean, I'll mess around. Generally, the kinds of games I play are games where I can kind of like play and then also relax. Maybe like browse the internet and stuff like that. I mean, like even if I play Overwatch, sometimes I'll do like 2 matches of Overwatch a night. I don't play all that much. Crap. That was a good play. I think what would help my loneliness issue might be more like, I think I should just get more bold about asking people to play, maybe. Like, I'm sure maybe I could find groups and stuff, like maybe I should find some people who are online and ask them if they want to play instead of just going, oh, they're not on the game, they will not play the game. Like, that might be better to do overall. Crap. Nice play.
He's dead.
Shit.
Up and away!
I like this thing. Oh wow, he survived that for a second. Okay, I'm at least not in last. I swear, render! Render! What? I have a hook? That's what I have? I had a hook. Yeah, this map, I feel like, just like, I don't know, does something to the rendering. There's something going on. I mean, like, even before I moved it to my SSD, it was kind of like this. I don't remember it being this bad, though. Oh my god! Okay, they are winning, though. Ah, shit! Is it on low graphics? No, no, I have it running on high. That's what's just wild. I can't understand why it's doing this. It looks like Google Earth, like before it renders things. I wish the Heat Wave was more powerful. It's probably my favorite gun to, like, use because of the way it can change from, like, horizontal to vertical. But it's not as powerful as I'd like it to be. Maybe because you can use the angle so well.
5 minutes remaining.
Like, if I improve in skill, it'll be better for me to use. The evil weather. Is that evil weather laugh? Or evil weather laugh. I mean, like, it was so satisfying, though. It was crazy satisfying. I mean, like... Yeah, I'm gonna expand my chat so I can see it better. It was like, I mean, like, just, like, lining up the mid-air rocket, there was, like, a moment of silence. I was like, I just have to time it right, you know? I just have to time it right and I can totally get this guy. Oh! I saw you. Ah! Fucking Spider-Man. Oh wait, he didn't even have a hook. He was using a dash. How did he do that? I'm rusty. Hey, over here. How the heck did I do that? Wait. I don't think Halo Infinite came out with spike grenades when it started. I think they added those. And I don't believe we've had spike since, I could be wrong, since Halo 3. I don't know if 5 had them because I never got a chance to play 5. Ow! Oh god. But I haven't seen spike since 3 back in my old days. Ah shit. I was the last kill. Back in 2008 or 9 or whatever. It's probably a little bit later. It was probably like more like 9 or 10. Because like I can't quite remember when we got our 360. We ended up getting like a couple 360s. One of them had the Kinect. Does anyone here remember the Kinect? We had this phase where we were like really into the Kinect, like Kinect Sports, you know? We loved like moving all the furniture and playing that. It wasn't too bad when it came to like that kind of stuff, it was pretty good. It was basically like the Wii without using a controller, and we didn't have a Wii until like 2011 or something, because we like got one. We got one for like $100. You still have yours? We probably still have ours somewhere. Even before the Kinect, like, if we really want to go way back, was the iToy from PlayStation. And we had an iToy. The iToy was like, this was like PlayStation 2, so this was like more like 2006, 7, I guess. It was like a webcam. It was literally just a webcam that would have games to interact with. It would like detect the player, like the person on the webcam, and things would happen on the screen that would interact with you, you know. So you'd have like a balloon coming onto the screen, and you would move and watch yourself on the screen, and then you'd hit the balloon. It's just augmented reality, right? It's just like AR. But it was pretty fun for the time. We used it for a while, and then I just kind of took it and used it for my YouTube channel. It turns out that it actually made a pretty good, just a regular webcam that I used for my stop motion animations that I made a lot back in like the late 2000s, early 2010s. It's a pretty good just little webcam. No, I mean, look, my gun still looks weird. Still looks weird. Why does it still look weird? It looks like I'm playing an indie game. What's going on? Settings. Video. It's using my AMD graphics. Everything's set to high. Trying to sneak up on me? He sneaked up on me. I can't make sense of... So for indie games are better than AAA these days? That kind of reminds me, my friend sent me a clip of Atlas earlier, which I have played on stream, but I haven't played it in a while. And I was thinking about how good that game is. It's a fun little indie game. Fuck. I've got nothing on the board. I am a failure.
Power items have arrived.
I'm beginning to like, I know it's on my SSD. But like, I don't know why that would change anything. No! Don't leave. Holy crap. Please, let me have something. Oh my god. 4 deaths, no kills. It's my gun. It's too sharp. It's too sharp, I can't focus. What the heck? I'm gonna get sandwiched between these two guys. Okay, you just toss a grenade like that. See? Like this. Okay, no, that didn't work at all. Never mind. Okay, we're gonna go in. We're gonna go in. Oh! Shit! I kind of wish that I participated in that.
Power items incoming.
Ah! Still nothing. Overwatch is way more generous. Oh my fucking... Oh my god. Halo really just registers things in final blows. You could like take a guy down to like 99%, and if the guy gets the last 1%, he gets the kill, so it's Finally, God! Why like two people... there's like 2 pairs of 2 people that have like the same emblem. Like, what? I mean, what? 2 of them on one team makes sense, but opposite teams? Ah!
Enemy halfway to victory.
Possibly turning in, do you mean sleeping? Possibly falling asleep? Is that what you mean? Am I putting you to sleep? Bye-bye. Night. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your popcorn. Okay, that was just a sneaky fucking move. I need to watch my radar. I heard somebody. Enemy there. There's an enemy there. There's something about like having a deep southern accent on a Spartan. Good job.
Power items have arrived.
I don't want to brag, but I've got 3 limbs. This is demoralizing. Okay. Come on. We can do this together. We can do it together.
Enemy Spartans are closing in. Enemy shields down.
That's the fuck. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? He comes in from behind. I'm gonna die. I can't get away with any of this. I am so unlucky.
In my sights.
In my sights. I've lived in Texas for almost 20 years and I still do not have a southern accent. Are you kidding me? He was mine.
Enemy team nearing victory.
I can't blame the bad graphics on this.
Good old-fashioned takedown.
Rockets are available.
Rockets are available. Okay, I heard someone. He's right behind me. Are you kidding me? I'm doing better than I was, though. But if I was really pulling my weight, we wouldn't be so close. Like... Okay, the fact that you're just running at me is pretty disrespectful. He's going to the secret area. Okay, we got him. I'm kind of exposed here. Oh shit. Fucking hell. No! I'm way too eager.
Power items incoming.
Yeah, okay, just fucking end it. I was closer than I used to be. 9 kills, 8 kills. Why is everyone so sharp? I'll give it another go. Okay, I'm going back here. Husky. A lot of husky. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. Why, everything froze. Why did everything freeze?
Objective ready.
Also, why do things actually look good?
Bomb taken. Bomb taken.
The sound of that was pretty satisfying. Okay, bomb. What do we do with the bomb? Here's the bomb. Here it is.
Bomb taken.
Okay. I need to plant it at their base. Am I going to be able to do that? Probably not. Come on. Guys, keep shooting! Don't stop shooting! Ah, no!
Bomb taken.
I survived way longer than I should have with that thing. my god. Ow, 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 ow. It's hot. My performance is better when my graphics are better. Oh wait, no, hold on. It still kind of looks weird. Never mind. I guess the power was within me all along. Heyo!
Kill.
Severe. Got him. Man, they are so low. We can't waste this chance. You son of a gun. Oh, no, here it is. Get the bomb, 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 bomb.
Bomb taken.
Ow. Okay, well, who got it? Someone took it. Oh, they dropped it. Grab it, grab it, grab it.
Bomb taken.
No, 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 not you, not you. No, no, no. I think I just ruined everything.
Bomb taken. Bomb reset.
Yep, okay.
Objective incoming.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Objective ready.
Did that guy just go off the edge with the bomb? Why did you do that, my good sir?
Bomb armed. Enemy team scored. Objective incoming.
Okay, well, let's try again.
Objective ready.
Ow!
Bomb taken.
No!
Bomb dropped. Bomb taken.
Who's placing bombs on the field? I didn't even have time to breathe. I was barely conscious. I was like sentient for half a second.
Bomb armed. Enemy team nearing victory.
They're getting really good at this.
Objective ready. Bomb taken. Bomb dropped.
Okay, you try to touch that and you're screwed!
Bomb taken.
He's gonna go around! 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 I can't even see! I hate Husky Raids so much!
Bomb taken.
Okay, who has the bomb? Who has it? Who has it? Oh, it's over there. So, okay, so we're resetting it. Is no one gonna grab it? Is no one, like, I mean, I'll grab it if no one else is gonna grab it. I mean, like, we've gotta take it down the lane. Alright, here I go. Protect me, cover me, cover me! Oh my god. I kinda wish he did that before. Oh my god, they gotta run, they gotta run, they gotta run! Go, grab it, grab it, grab it, go, 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 go! You literally got the entire team, there's no better time. Go, 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 go! Armed? Come on! Here we go, here we go!
Your team scored.
Hooray!
Objective incoming. Objective ready.
Okay, that is at least a point on the board.
Bomb taken.
Hold on. Oh shit. No, 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 no. I did not know he was gonna go right for it.
Take a moment then to thank whoever set aside so we could have this weapon.
No! So close.
Remaining. Bomb taken.
I forgot about that gun. How good it is.
Bomb armed.
My limbs are
Enemy team
embarrassing.
scored.
Shit.
Defeat.
I thought my limbs were way better than that, but... oh well. I'm gonna need to figure out why it looks the way it does. Overwatch doesn't do that. Alright, so I'm gonna find someone to raid us to. Like I said, UESP stream is probably gonna be on Sunday, not today. Today I'm gonna be live probably at around 8 p.m. We're gonna be doing VR chat, then ESO, and then